Oh, I'm doing intros. Okay. Coming to you live for a very, very special edition of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 91. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I've been brought. I got knocked out and I got dragged into a room and I got told I'm going to be casting today. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 91. I am, of course, your host, not as per usual. Haha! Special edition, baby. Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today is el de trigo puro que pueda moverse sin pies, like _VIP. How we doing, Mom? I mean, Light.
Excuse me? do I look like milk to you? What are you talking about? And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Great to be back, as you mentioned, once again with another Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is our weekly open tournament. And again, I'm not alone, joined by that special guest, Yaku. Oh my god, it's good to see you once again, Yaku. I know you're very busy recently. We missed you during the podcast, but we're able to at least have you here for the Tuna Cup.
Yeah. We be cupping.
We be cupping with some tuna.
You're not wrong.
take it away, Yaku. Take it
and as this is a special edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Light has decided that we're gonna kick things off with a little bit of apiness coming at you today, kicking it off with a TVT. We're spawning here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. Gonna be still representing Platinum Heroes. It's Nicoract.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. And if you're in the chat, very quickly, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVT.
Yeah. We were actually speaking a little bit beforehand, looking at who we want to follow in the brackets, and we kind of thought, well, TVT, that might take quite a while. But then I remembered, wait a minute, it's Honmono.
Yeah.
And you were like, at first you were like, what are you talking about? I was like, huh? Yeah, TVT. And I was like, oh, right, Honmono TVT.
Yeah, exactly. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live, and again, we have chosen our initial TVT to kick things off. I do want to eventually get to the Zerg players eventually in the tournament, and we actually had 0 Zergs last week, literally 0. We had Eva, but he played random. so
and got Terran every time.
He did every single time. Thankfully, we do have some Zerg representation tonight, and we'll be featuring some of it later. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, ByuN.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. It's all good. But Yaku, it's been a while. I want to say it's been a while since we casted StarCraft 2 together, just because I feel like even in recent times when we cast, it's usually like StarCraft Evolution or Warcraft 3 Evolution.
That's what I was gonna bring up. I was so confused looking at our players today, because I was gonna say not only has it been a while since I casted, I'm pretty sure the last thing I casted was Warcraft 3 Evolution at some point. So I was like, wait, which one is Brood War and which one is StarCraft 2? I was like, where are the Mountain Kings? Where are the dwarves coming in here?
Yeah,
you know?
True.
What's going on? Where are the mercs?
Exactly. You know, where the creep camps back. Speaking of mercs, speaking of creep camps, Nicoract, he basically was for one base all in. He does expand, but this is such a late expansion here. Homeowner's base is already getting up and running. He committed so hard to this.
Nicoract is doing my build. Exactly.
Let's go.
4 Hellions, 5 Reapers, plus a Liberator as an opening, then also going into the expansion from there. This, like you were saying, is a very dedicated build, and it's, not looking too great here for Nicoract. Ordinarily, this should be doing a lot of damage, but with 2 Cyclones, there's not a whole lot you can really get done here. There's some body blocking, though.
Yeah, some body blocking. Boys being
able to go down.
Yeah, boys being pulled into the Hellion fire. A lot of SCVs going to be going down. They line up. Oh my god, and 11 SCVs. And one more shot. Oh my god, he keeps going. Oh my god.
Hellion still survived for a total of 17 SCVs. Mission well accomplished. I was worried there for Nicoract for a second, but Honmono fatal mistake here for him. No wall in his in the ramp leading up to his main base. That really allowed Nicoract to just get up in there, get some more maneuverability, completely deny that high ground vision, or that high ground advantage that Homono would otherwise have gotten. And now Homono is thankfully a lot earlier when it comes to the expansion, but he's still got a lot of catching up to do. That he's 10 SCVs down.
Oh yeah, 10 SCVs. As you mentioned, Homono doing Homono things, right? The depot was placed down to spot in the main base here towards the mineral line as well. He did not throw them down as a part of the wall. He gets punished for it. To be fair, this is a very unique and very niche build that Nicoract went for. Not too common to see it.
Really?
But he does pop off. Yeah.
I do it every time.
Yeah,
every single. This is the only TVT build I know by heart. Anyway,
this is all I know, Bobby. This is all I do. This is. Oh, no. Well, Nicoract,
yeah, it's a niche build. Only one person does it consistently.
True.
And he's a diamond player.
Look, Nicoract, he's a Yako fan. He saw you playing. You know, he's a big Fuely fan from back in the day as well. So he does embrace it from time to time. Behind this, Nicoract again
big
looking
Mark
solid.
Fan, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, big Mark fan. But Homono to catch back up, third TC. He does rush into a third TC. It was almost done, and this will help mule-wise and also production-wise to catch up in the economy.
Yeah, Homono, he is still at a bit of a deficit, but he is catching up there slowly but surely. With this third TC, a lot quicker than Nicoract, as you were mentioning. Yeah, he can produce 3 SCVs at a time. He will no doubt hit for the magic number of 45 SCVs pretty soon.
And then you just don't stop. Or you stop.
No, then you stop, yeah.
Then you just stop.
That's where you stop, yeah.
Then you just don't make any
Why
more
you need more than 45 workers? I don't get it.
Well,
you got mules.
You doing macroing? Hey, you don't need that. You mean?
Yeah. Especially if you're looking to end the game by your with a stim timing like Nicoract is playing to right now. Huge disables going on every single tank, and I just do not see a way for Homono to defend from here. If he had those tanks up and running, maybe, but unfortunately it was not the case.
Yeah, as it brings a sim 1-4, the tank gets reset, but GG gets called as 19 SCVs go down, and Nicoract, he will break through and take game number 1.
GG. I am storing this replay away. And I am using this as my new reference for this patch.
But you gotta say, this
very crisp execution here from Nicoract.
You're like, this is evidence that I don't need to change, okay? We just saw a pro player do it this one time, okay? I'm validated. Oh, no.
Exactly. Look, it works.
Yeah, it worked.
Clearly.
Yeah.
We have evidence.
Just have to make
Storing it in the file, in the locker.
Yeah, they just don't have to make a wall, okay? If they make their depots in the mineral line, then it works. It's fine.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's all you need. Yeah, but in all seriousness, though, excellent execution here from Nicoract. And not only just the execution of the build, also finding these weak points of Homono and just pouncing on them immediately. Like we said, the lack of the wall leading up into the main base, that is something he absolutely took advantage of. And once I think he realized how much damage he dealt, how many SCVs went down, he didn't even wait for stim. He realized, okay, there's no way he can have that much, he can muster up that many defenses from here on out. I'll just wait for Interference Matrix to finish up, immediately move across the map, which you can do on ley lines. Yeah. Very short rush distance.
Yeah, very decisive play. Very decisive play there from Nicoract. He did go for the kill. And that leads us here into game number 2. We'll see if we can make a series out of this or if it all ends here and now.
Yet we shall indeed, as we load on into Pylon LE. It's been so long since we had LE maps. Let's go. LE stands for Lingering Emissions. Lingering Emissions. That's when there's too much pollution going around.
That's Singapore,
I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the highways backing up. Power plants. Anyway, here I work in an industrial zone now. It's awful. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right, we have our green Terran player, of course, could be representing once again the Platinum Heroes, channeling his inner Euthermal, his inner Mark, his inner Fuely, his inner Yaku. We have Nicoract.
He is an animal.
I'm pretty sure that's a Trinity, right? That's a Trinity and Terran.
There you go. Yeah. People think of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Nah. You got the Terran triad, mate. With Yaku, Mark, and Fuely.
You don't need innovation, but you got the imitation innovation.
Exactly. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Yellow Terran, once again with his own unique setup here. Let's go. We have 3 Vaxes in total on 1 base, by the way, for Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. Let's go for a 4th Vax.
I'm switching it up. 4 frags?
Oh, no. Okay, we're good.
Okay. I was worried. I know I'm not the best at math, but I was like, wait, did I also lose the ability to count?
We're good. It's gonna be 3x Reaper here out of Homeowner now. Nicoract just got it. He just went in for an SCV scout. He didn't see all 3, but he saw 2 Raxes already here, so he knows to be careful with his first couple of units, not move out across map, to be more defensive here, but doesn't know how committed Homeowner really is.
Yeah, very safe play coming out right now from Nicoract. He's gonna have to pump out that Hellion very, very shortly. Once again, very risky. Oh, let's go! Han Mono doing what he does best. That's a boy pull.
Yeah, here we go. The boys are being pulled. As they're being pulled, I mean, really in tribute to him. A big shout to Slammer in the chat. God, thank you so much, Slammer, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great lab session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a weekly open tournament. And this is the first round. And Homeowner, he's here to pull the boys to end the game.
Yeah, let's see what this can get done. Unlike Han Mono, Nicoract did set up a wall right at the top of his ramp. And yeah, with this additional Hellion, Han Mono's gonna have to be very, very careful with how he places his Reapers as well as his SCVs.
Yeah, he does
SCVs from Nicoract being pulled to repair.
Yeah, it does repair 1. Reaper does go down for Nicoract. Oh my god, meanwhile, the volleys are brutal. Reaper goes down for Homeowner as well. He's trying to work his way through, but as you mentioned, that wall is solid.
Yeah, the KD8 charges from Han Mono haven't been terrible, but and there we have it.
Yeah.
From the latest patch, I still don't know how that went through.
Yeah.
But the insta repair on the supply depot is helping out Nicoract tremendously. Only 0 Hellions have actually gone down. Yeah. So now Nicoract has 3 of them. This is going to be absolutely brutal for Han Mono.
Homeowner, he's like, the hell? Wait, those deepers are crazy. he's like, mate, this wall in TVT is insane. GG gets called. Nicoract, he holds the line, he defends, he shuts down the all-in, and Nicoract will take the series 2-0. Oh.
It's been so long since I cast it, I forgot where which screen I had it on my phone.
Oh good. GG, well played. Very well done there by Nicoract, keeping up with the craziness, with the intensity of Homeowner. Again, Homeowner, actually, I would say being crazy and aggressive in game 2, it was really the opposite in game 1, with Nicoract being the aggressor instead. So we did have a nice kind of change of pace here. Both players taking their hand and taking their role of being the aggressor. In the end, Nicoract does prove to be the superior player here. Does make it out. Does take the 2-0.
Yeah. Very decisive win there coming out from Nicoract. I need to restart my game.
Oh, good. But yeah, GG will play it. As you mentioned, I mean, really good reaction. Remember, he did SCV scout, so that let him know to just build up back at home. He didn't know how many Raxes there were. He didn't know the boys were going to be pulled. But he was ready at home for some form of aggression. And again, he did a great job preparing. As you mentioned as well, making great use of the new ability here of that cooldown supply, which nowadays is more so used to fully repair, less so, you know, for its added benefit of giving you extra supply, but just to keep himself going, just to keep that wall secure.
Yeah. Got really close there for a second, and I mean, credit to Han Mono, those were some pretty good target firings for a while. It's just that, you know, Nicoract was way more proactive when it came to actually pulling his SCVs, pulling his Hellions back, and, you know, actually getting them repaired.
Exactly. GG, well played. Nicoract, he just said Nicoract 2-0 versus Han pulling SCVs and TVT Mono.
He knows.
It's like, what the hell's going on? But yes, congratulations to Nicoract, and with that we wrap up our first series of the broadcast. But there's still many more to come and many more to go, and we actually have a little bit of downtime here. We're still searching for our next series. There's still a lot of matches currently ongoing.
Yeah, I know we said that a Han Mono TVT tends to go by pretty quickly, but we weren't expecting it to go by that fast.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that much. So yeah, we're gonna be waiting a little while to look for a series that we can kind of follow. Obviously, we're gonna be eyeing some of our Zerg players. They are a bit of a rarity. Rise currently facing up against
Ragnar.
That's yeah, that's Ragnar for a sec. I was gonna say, is that Oz Protoss? But I was like, no, it's Ragnar. Look, on challenge, he's got Ozzy in the in his handle, so got a little confused. And of course, the other main one that I think we're all gonna be looking at is Wayne, currently waiting for either Mini Zerg or Hatsu.
Yeah, we have a bunch of ZVs.
Both also Zerg players, aren't they?
Yeah. We have a bunch of ZVZs going on there in that portion of the bracket. We're going to be hoping to catch maybe the winner of all those ZVZs in the quarterfinals at one point. As you mentioned from the top, we have ByuN. ByuN is the #1 seed of the tournament. He's waiting for the winner of Davlatos and Tyr. We have Rebellion gets a walkover over Ashbringer. I'm a little bit sad to see Ashbringer is a player that I feel like sadly retired. He hasn't been around in a very long time, so great to see him once again, but does not show up to play against Rebellion.
Man, Ashbringer is a name that I remember from way back when, and by way back when, I mean 5 years ago. In kind of the COVID era, when the ESL Pro Tour was first kind of launched, and we had all of the ESL Open Cups, Ashbringer, week after week after week, he would play in all of them. Yeah,
he was very active player, so happy to see him again. Maybe next time, though. Maybe next time, as he did sign up to check in, but did not compete. So on down, we have Gerald.
Oh. We have just been informed with a little bit of an update here in the chat from Nicoract. Ashbringer, he joined the Dark Club. He joined the Dark Side. Became a dad.
He's a pappy. Let's go. Didn't know. Again, it's been a long time since I've seen Ashbringer, so really cool to hear that update that that apparently he was able to start a family himself as well. That's really cool to hear. That's crazy. In my mind, like, Ashbringer was one of the younger players as well, but yeah, really cool to hear.
Yeah, I think he was always telling us that he was one of the, I wouldn't say one of the older players, but, you know, median age of StarCraft players. But for some reason in my mind, I will always think of Ashbringer as being 19.
Fair enough.
No matter how many years pass, he's always 19 in my head.
Fair enough. When I think of younger player, I think I was confusing Ashbringer with Exo Striker, who's the other one who we haven't seen in quite some time. But yeah, really
Filipino
really
player, right? Or
no, Russian Protoss.
Rush. Oh, okay.
You're thinking of Team Exo, which is a Filipino team.
Team Exo Dash. That's what I was thinking of.
There you go. It's all melding together. But yeah, really cool to hear. And wish him the best of luck. And, you know, potentially, you know, that might be part of the reason why he wasn't able to compete here tonight. But we might see more of him in the future. Definitely excited to see him sign up once again.
Scrolling on a little bit, obviously we have Gerald, who is the #2 seed of this tournament, or #3. He's up there, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, you're going to be waiting for either Ateshi or Roman de Mold. Love that name.
Yes, he's up against Roman de Mold. Scrolling down, we do have Wayne. As I mentioned, Wayne's still waiting for the winner of Mini Zerg and Hatsu. We have SKillous waiting for the winner of Rise and Ragnar. We have Krystianer up against Hacker is Top in the next round. That's going to be a spicy matchup, I'm sure. And we have Percival waiting for the winner of Azura and Stek. Oh boy. So they are facing off.
Okay, there we go. And we just got an update here. Looks like Mini Zerg has been able to defeat Hatsu 2-0 and will be now up against Wayne.
Ooh, okay. So ideally, I did want to try to wait to see if I could catch like Rise versus SKillous into Nicoract. I was looking forward to maybe catching that. But again, we might have some extended downtime here, and it might be difficult to wait for that sort of thing. So yeah, we might be able to experience a bit of ZVZ, the mirror match.
Yes. Get him while we can.
True.
Unfortunate that Zerg had to cannibalize each other this early in the tournament, but look, it makes them stronger if I remember the lore correctly.
Mhm.
You eat another Zerg species, and you become stronger that way. You absorb them.
There you go. And yeah, that's how the campaign went, right? The haka.
Yeah.
There you go. As I believe that match is going to be over on the European server, so we can hop on over to Europa to catch Mini Zerg versus Wayne. But otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are going to be underway, and they do need some time to set things up. So we can take a moment here to take a small break to enjoy the brutal OST before coming back with some StarCraft.
Yeah. See you then.
See you soon. Go for it. Go for it.
I don't know. Welcome back, everybody.
I'm used to solo casting. It's been years, Bobby. It's been years since I've had you on. So I apologize.
Oh,
go for it.
I probably shouldn't have accepted this because now we are back here. We did get some updates. Unfortunately, Wayne did have to forfeit in the end, so didn't quite get that ZVZ. But we are going to be jumping into a PvP now, which is kind of like a ZVZ if you change some of the letters around.
Yeah. It's a mirror matchup.
Sort of, yeah, kinda, kappa. But spawning over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our... have a little bit of a quick break.
Yeah. Hopefully all is good.
Oh.
But yeah, hopefully everything's okay. But it looks like we do have a little bit of a latency issue here, and hopefully we can recover. If not, we can always. Okay, it looks like it's it's just spiking up really badly.
Game resumed.
Yeah, and now we are getting a little bit lower, or it is starting to stabilize a little bit. Fingers crossed. But regardless, we're going to be spawning here in the top right-hand corner of torches. In the top right, we have a green Protoss player coming from the land down under. He is, of course, going to be representing, I'm pretty sure that's himself, in his clan decal over there.
This is your Aussie quiz, Yaku. That is not Rise, but that is an Australian Protoss. Do you recognize the face? It's photoshopped.
I need to zoom in. I need to zoom in more. I recognize the facial hair.
He's wearing a hat, but sure, yeah.
The facial hair.
Yeah, okay.
It's not Pez.
Yeah, it is. It's Pez. I don't know why he's in his underwear. I don't know why. But that's Pez, yeah.
Alright, that's Pez. Well, already I have some questions. Mostly, if that's Pez, why are you not purple, Rise?
True.
But regardless, we do have our green Protoss player representing AXS. We have Rise.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss. It is SKillous. Hello.
Yeah, we're a little bit cheeky here. Is Rise.
Oh, yeah. Very quickly, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series in this PvP that we are jumping into. And already we start things off with a cheeky opener. Not the cheekiest of builds, by the way, but does open up proxy Stargate.
That's also a pretty interesting location for a proxy, but considering the map, I mean, it's not that close by to the base of SKillous.
Yeah, that exactly right. That's what I mean. Like, it's quite far back here on the Rise's half of the map. We see SKillous. He's scouting. He's checking. He's aware that alas, something is missing. Something is right. Something is wrong. And we'll see what he can get done as SKillous himself does open up Stargate back at home.
Something is missing, all right, from Rise. That being a pylon and Nexus.
And pants.
Which SKillous has right now. I mean, it's missing for Pez, but then again, I guess Pez and Rise do share pants, so...
Who's wearing the pants today? Oh, no. We're about to find out. As so far, Rise does move out. Again, does open up proxy Stargate. Backing up. Phoenix is back at home.
Phoenix?
Yeah, okay, interesting. I mean, remember, it is a Stargate opener out of SKillous. He has no idea. He does open up Oracle, by the way, and Phoenix's would be a way to hard counter this Oracle, assuming he does move into to intercept.
Yeah, Rise is able to confirm the Oracle, and now he's booking it back home with those Stalkers. Just gonna try to keep as many of his probes alive as he can. Hasn't revealed his hand yet, though.
And he's got 3 with his hand. Stasis trap into the main base. Rise does pull away in time. Does pull away. Does deny any kind of damage so far. Now the Stasis goes off once again on one more probe.
Yeah, stasis traps are attempted, but no more will get in. A little bit of lost mine time here for Rise, but I'm sure he's glad that he didn't lose a probe.
Yeah, hasn't lost anything yet, so solid defense so far. Of course, welcome on all to Torches. Torches is the smallest map of the map, all known for aggression and for rushes. And skills, he will find the proxy pylon. He will shut down the initial forward pylon.
Yeah, let's get a cancel. No cancel, unfortunately, here for Rise. A little bit distracted by the Oracle back home.
Okay, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Rise, he will lose a pylon, but he does take down the Oracle. Meanwhile, he's going to be able to reinforce across them. He's still banging up those Phoenixes, by the way. And Rise, he's not probing. He's not probing. He has 2 workers here, but they're only here just to make it look like we're saturating. Rise has no saturation. Rise is going basically for a 1-base all-in.
Yeah, and he's got a decent army going for him, especially if SKillous' army is caught a little bit out of position, a little bit too close to that 3rd base location. But SKillous, he is sticking close to his shield battery. Obviously, we also have that energy overcharge available if need be. Great use of the Phoenixes to lift up as many Stalkers as possible, just cutting down the DPS here from SKillous. But reinforcements have arrived. 2 Phoenixes have fallen.
Yeah, 3
Phoenixes. Excuse me.
Yeah, 3 Phoenixes have gone down. He does take down 5 Stalkers, which is impressive, but as we can see here, I mean, the shield battery is running out of energy. We have more shield batteries on the way. Rise trying to force his way through. Can he break this? He cannot. The concave is too good, and SKillous he's holding.
Yeah, Blink also just about finished up here for SKillous, giving him a lot more maneuverability and microability with this Stalkers. While this is all going on, SKillous' 3rd base did finish up. He is moving probes there. He is light years ahead of Rise right now when it comes to his economy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Economically, he be zooming, papi. And Rise, as you mentioned, he's just now starting worker production. He's just now saturating his own natural waste. He's forced to macro. He's forced to make workers he never really wanted to, and Rise is in a brutal position.
I think the tip-off, actually, the hint, was actually in the clan decal. It's not probe in there.
True.
There's a reason he chose Pez instead of probe.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. Exactly. No workers, no probes. Instead, we got some Pez. Whatever that means.
Well, he liked his Stargate play, from what I remember.
Yeah, true. It's been a long time.
He liked the depths, from what I remember.
He did. I think I remember him adepting Go-Go Joey a couple of times.
Yeah.
I think that's in the recesses of my mind, but yeah, it's been a while.
It's embedded in there. Adepts versus Pez's adepts versus Joey's roaches. Yeah.
I think on like Death Aura. Like I think that's that's somewhere in the back of my mind. But Rise does have some comeback potential when it comes to the bases. We didn't really get to talk about it. We do have some healing pads here on Torches, and we have some gold bases as well. Plural. We have a gold base here on the right hand side and a gold base here towards the left. You can take it from either side, by the way. As you can see, there's a gas geyser both on the top and southern side. But never mind. I assumed, we're gonna rush into the gold. No, we're just proxying. We're still just doubling down.
Yep. Man hasn't made a probe in a very long time. We're just going to be staying saturated on those 2 bases. Well, somewhat saturated, as we're still working on only 2 gas geysers.
Yes. So just under full 2-base saturation here from Rise. SKillous getting a 4th, just chilling, taking more bases, taking more expansions, building up here back at home, working towards charge, working towards Archons, all things Protoss here for SKillous, playing this out standard and playing this out as we would expect. It's Rise has to try to catch him off guard, and the problem here with all these Delta he's warping in is that his opponent is working towards Archons, and a couple of Archons, they work wonders against charge lots.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rise, Archons cannot be lifted up by these Phoenixes. It's not really a whole lot for these Phoenixes to do right now, to be honest.
Yeah, they can get the Sentry, they can get a couple of Stalkers, they can add some value here, but as you mentioned, they cannot touch those Archons. Charge lots are going to be rushing on forward here. We're going to be fighting within range of the shield battery.
Yeah, and Phoenix is trying to make themselves useful, but they do fly a little bit too far forward. Are starting to get targeted down. The Archons from SKillous really putting in work on the buffer on Rise. GG is called as SKillous overwhelms Rise with a just massive wave of charge lots.
GG. GG, well played with that. SKillous, he does claim the series, or does take the first game, I should say. Does it kick things off? It does look to set a pace here for the series, and we'll see if Rise can bring it back and bring it home. As we're getting ready for game number 2, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love.
Oh, not quite as small as Torches, obviously, but still fairly aggressive, or rather, it lends itself to aggression pretty well.
Oh yeah, that it does. Not as much as Torches as you mentioned, but still aggression tendencies are going to be available. And we had a really unique build out of Rise. Again, going proxy Stargate and banking up Phoenixes is not something that you really see at all, and you can really see it working. Like, he was able to trade well himself, he was able to pick off a key amount of Stalkers. He wasn't performing too poorly there. It was just we had I mean, the shield batteries were ready, you know. It was unfortunate that SKillous was already playing defensively there.
Yeah. Once again, shows the importance of scouting things early. You know, SKillous wasn't quite able to confirm the proxy or what was coming his way, but he saw the lack of an additional pylon. He saw the lack of an expansion. He knew whatever it is that's coming my way, it is coming soon, and I just need to be prepared for anything.
Oh yeah, exactly. And with that, we're now getting ready for that second game. Also, before I forget, it happened actually during our break, but a big shout out to Kanoya in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kanoya, for the raid. Kanoya, of course, a fellow caster, a French caster, might I say, but a near and dear friend. So thank you so much for the raid. Thank you.
I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, he's French, but he is a friend, so...
Yeah, TKL. Yeah, Petit Droker. Oh no. Aye. Not like this, not like this. Yes, good to see you. Good to see you in the chat.
Man.
As we are still kind of working through our series, working through our matches. We do need a moment here to get into game number 2, just because I believe Rise does have to open up his firewall. I think typically a lot of Australian players, they do actually block Central and Eastern servers, so they avoid them when they're laddering.
Get your mudfish going. A little bit of better latency.
Oh yeah. Yeah, every little bit does help, and here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and we'll see what other spicy builds Rise has next.
Yeah, they'll channel Fuely a little bit, you know. I mean, Fuely used to be a Terran player, then switched to Protoss.
True.
But still kept things spicy, so it's a lot. There's a lot of precedent built from back in the day. And of course, speaking of precedent, we are going to be loading into Ultra Love. No LE over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, which, you know, is kind of a precedent that was set. But, you know, the first time they had the map pool, they didn't have LE. That was unprecedented. Now it is. I prefer the LE version. So anyway, in the top right corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right, we have a blue Protoss player playing from all the way over from, I'm pretty sure, Nazgul's house over in the Netherlands. We have, for Team Liquid, SKillous.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the green Protoss player, himself, down in the series. But looking to spice things up even further by posting everything across the map. There's actually nothing at home. The Australian Protoss player doing it all for his one true love for Pez. It is Rise.
You say it's for his one true love, do you? I say he's doing it for the pants.
Oh yeah.
If he wins, he gets to wear the pants.
Does he want to wear the pants, or does he want to throw them away? Like, what's the...
That's a good question. Yeah.
Oh,
Does he want to burn the pants?
No. As we have the pylon being thrown down already, SKillous, he does pull the boys to get on that pylon. If the pylon finishes, we can go for proxy shield batteries in the natural base. So the pylon is going to be a crucial part of this rush. Meanwhile, one probe does go down. Oh, Ryze is going to be deflected, and the pylon gets fully surrounded here. The Zealot should be able to shut it down. We have the Forge on the way for defensive cannons from SKillous.
One probe goes down, the other probe, oh, so close to being taken out as well. Will throw out a pylon just at the last second, but very, very low. It should not be difficult at all for SKillous to be able to take that out. And I mean, even if it finishes up, there's no way to get a probe in there anymore. There's no way to actually make use of that pylon here if you Ryze.
SKillous, he fully walled off. He fully walled off. We have cannons on the way. Defensive cannons here for SKillous. The pylon is done, but as you mentioned, we cannot make use of that pylon. Ryze is just going to be rushing Zealots. No gas. No gas here. Just pure Zealot rush out of Ryze. He will knock down the Forge.
You know what? I believe in the Zealot waves coming down, but the cannon did finish up. We also have the Cyber Core finishing, so Adept is on the way. Cannons get taken down, and there's a little bit of a gap here. Zealot's getting on top of the Adept.
Yeah, they get on top of the Adept, they get on top of the cannon. The second cannon may go down, but alas, there's just too much here to defend. The cannon does survive. We have two Zealots trickling in, but they have to go the long way around, and GG gets called. SKillous, he will hold, and SKillous will claim the series 2-0.
GG. Very nicely done here from SKillous, flexing his defensive play and his defensive abilities twice here in a row, taking it series 2-0.
Yeah, GG, well played. That was a very chaotic series. What I appreciate is that these were very unique builds. Like, we cast a decent amount of cheesy Protoss players. It's been a long time, if ever, since I've seen just like basically almost like a flower, you know, like just one base, just pure Zealot all in, or even again in game one, which had a little bit more finesse going for the proxy starport or Stargate.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit more finesse, a little bit more rationale behind those proxies. I think you're usually used to casting Hero.
Yeah, there's no finesse there.
Who never has a rationale for anything he does.
The rationale is that patience takes the wheel, Bobby. Patience takes the wheel.
Exactly.
Beautiful, it's beautiful. But yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations to SKillous for advancing on into the next round. My condolences to Ryze, but again, Ryze, we rarely get to see him nowadays. Rarely get to see him compete, so it's great to see him once again after years of hiatus, and now he is going to be going dormant for like another 2 years, and he'll come back and play again, and the cycle continues. Yeah,
he wakes up when his people need him, and then when the job's done, goes back to hibernation.
Oh yeah, exactly. So every couple of years he goes out to look for the pants. As SKillous does advance on to the quarterfinals.
What is it called? The Traveling Pants?
Oh no.
It's a movie, right? Or a book?
Is that a book?
Probably both.
Okay, sure. Why not? But SKillous does advance on, and we do have his next opponent waiting for him, of course. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. We do have some updates here, and of course we featured Nicoract earlier, and now we get to feature him again up against SKillous.
Yeah, it all worked out. Even though we jumped to another series for a very quick second and wasn't quite able to catch that series at the end, all roads lead back to Nicoract somehow.
There you go. We found our way back home. Also, apparently, Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Is that a...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Ah, there you go.
It's a movie, right? Or a book?
Sure. I suppose.
It's a movie.
Why do you know this? Why do you know this?
I actually don't know. I've never seen this movie.
From 2005. This is like before you were born. What are you talking about?
I was born.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't conscious.
Jesus.
It's a series of novels, actually. I'm looking at this. First one came out in 2001.
Este Yaco. I
actually don't know how I know about this.
You're like,
I'm being honest.
You're like, Light, I'm a little bit scared. I don't know why I know this, but this is in the recesses of my mind. I don't know why, but it's there. It's like, oh no. Not like this, but here we go. Looks like Vitas are done, and
well,
we are...
I was gonna say Wikipedia is telling me that there are a series of coming-of-age YA novels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
You're a young adult.
I don't know how I know them, but
yeah. You're becoming a young adult.
Basically, it's Tumblr bait. So
fair enough.
Makes sense. Anyway, yes, we did manage to wrap up our vetoes, and we are able to get into our TVP series, our first non-mirror matchup of the evening. We're already in the quarterfinals. Jeez. This blew by. You see early stages of the tournament, they just blow on by. But we are here on Pylon LE. LE, of course, standing for Lemon. Efficiency. Lemon efficiency. That's because, you know, lemons, they're really good at a lot of different things, you know? They taste good. They smell good. You can use it to get rid of rust, I heard. Here at the top left-hand corner of the map, swatting all the way in. Also, that's versatility and not really efficiency. So
also a Taiwanese Protoss player.
But you know what? We only have one. That is true. And you know, Lemon, he's also very efficient. He plays Terran. He plays Protoss. That's also versatility. That's not. Anyway, top left-hand corner of the map, we have our red Terran player. He is, of course, going to be representing Platinum Heroes, very efficient in his defenses, but he can also attack. That's also being versatile. God damn it. We have Nicoract.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous, hailing from Nazgul's basement. I like to believe that he has actually surpassed Nazgul and is actually in the proper home. Actually kicked Nazgul down to the basement.
He got promoted to the attic.
Yeah, exactly. He is above. He is the homeowner now. Let's go. But yeah, SKillous, he has become a regular in our tournaments. It's really cool to see.
The master bedroom, yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
He has full bathroom privileges now.
He has been more of a regular competitor in our tournaments. It's been great to see. He's often one to vie for that #1 spot and even bring down some of the other bigger Korean names as well. So we'll see if he can continue that reign. Speaking of his opponent, I would say his best matchup, his strongest matchup is Terran versus Protoss. Every now and then Nicoract, he does pop off, he does cause some big upsets. We've actually seen him take down players like Hero and like MaxPax in the past. Not saying he does it on a regular basis, not at all, but every now and then he pops off and he can really recap.
Yeah, it's all those Fire Girl cups and whatnot, you know, facing off against Strange, facing off against Art, there's a lot of them. GG Machine. He is very, very well versed when it comes to TVP. Sickness. Is that the name of another CIS Protoss player?
Yeah.
Are they a new one?
Yeah, it is. He is new.
Yeah, not too familiar with them.
No, he is new.
All right. I have to tune into some new Fire Girl clubs then.
A lot of new Protosses there, by the way. So, but yeah, for sure.
Like DK, that's actually an old one.
But he's been forged through the Fire Girl Cup flames, as you mentioned, and again, even SKillous taking part in the Fire Girl Cup every now and then as well. You know, I'm sure these two players are very familiar with each other. We do have a very unique build though. We have a 2-1-1 from Nicoract, a rare sight in TVP.
I like this a lot. Yeah, you say it's a rare sight, and you are correct. There was a very, very brief, I think, like 1 week when the patch first came back, when I think a lot of Terran players were kind of experimenting around, and I was like, 2-1-1, we are so back! And then that week ended, and Terran players were like, yeah, this ain't working out. So, you know, here's hoping that maybe Nicoract did figure something, did realize something that the other Terran players didn't when it came to 2-1-1.
Yeah, I mean, this can be a really cheeky build, and it has a lot of potential. As you mentioned, it was sometime last year where it was in the meta, where a lot of players were actually like mixing it in every now and then. Then it kind of died out really fast and really quick. Meanwhile, full scout hallucination goes in, and SKillous, he sees the 2-on-1, he sees the researching stim. More importantly, he also knows the lack of tanks are available as well. So SKillous can try to abuse this, can try to punish this, and slow this down.
Yeah, obviously doesn't want to blink right on top of these Marines, but he also knows that very shortly Nicoract is going to be pushing out. He is going to be loading them into his medevacs, so there is a window of opportunity here for SKillous where he can wreak a lot of havoc. I don't think he's going to be able to deny stim, but take out an add-on, just cause a little bit of pressure on Nicoract.
Yeah, I would say like in this dynamic in TVP, when you go for a 2-on-1, this timing, this stim timing, this double medevac drop, it has to do damage, right? It has to do some damage across the map. Otherwise, you just start to fall behind. The biggest downside to this is that your tank count is going to be lower than normal. I see 2 more Raxes on the way though. No third CC yet. Nicoract can turn this into a 2-base all-in.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. He also has the option of pulling the boys if he so wanted to. I was going to say, SKillous actually played this out really well with what you just said in mind, that you are going to be behind as a Terran player if you're going for 2-on-1 in a TVP, so SKillous, aware of that, just sets up back home and just tries to keep Nicoract on his side of the map for as long as possible. The additional 2 Raxes, though, will allow Nicoract to kind of turn the tables and change the dynamic pretty shortly, though, once his upgrades finish up, once he gets... I was going to say once he gets another tank, but he actually isn't producing any right now.
Yeah, he went for Concussive Shell. He went for an add-on swap into Concussive Shell for his Marauders, and what's important, no add-ons. No add-ons on these Raxes. This does look like a 2-base all-in. As you mentioned, he may choose to pull the boys, but this is so committed here from Nicoract. It's going to be all or nothing. He does move out.
Yeah, it's always a tough decision, right? You know, you're already going to be very committed with this push, so do you want to pull the boys and just put all your eggs in that basket, or do you want to, leave open the possibility that you can at least take out a base and deal some economic damage without ending the game, and then come back from there? Tank extremely exposed and will get picked off by these Stalkers, but the Stalkers themselves do blink forward a little bit too soon. Does get caught by the flank that Nicoract was already preparing.
The bait?
Beautiful, brilliant ambush here.
Yeah,
from Nicoract. He knew he didn't need that tank.
He
might as well use it as bait.
The tank went down for 7 Stalkers. That was a much better trade for Nicoract. And now suddenly, SKillous, he cannot slow down the push. Nicoract, he's sending everything across the map. As a reminder, this is a 2-base all-in. He's pushing him forward. +1 is done in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and look at all of these zealots out here for SKillous as well. Nicoract well aware that a tank will actually be a detriment in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that buy, all about the Marines and the Marauders. And so far, it does catch out another Zealot. Colossus production has begun. 1 Colossus will be the end of this push. By the way, SKillous just has to buy time for the Colossi.
Yeah, we have a very delicate dance back and forth right now from Nicoract and SKillous. Nicoract trying to draw the army outside of shield battery range. SKillous wanting to fight only at shield battery range. But that's a little bit difficult when you have that many melee units you're reliant on.
I mean, he did force out a big stim. Stim is also going to be resources here for Nicoract, so he has to be very careful with how and when he does stim. And again, the Colossus is almost here. The boys have arrived. Again, he's committing, but the first Colossus is here. He's made it.
Yeah, I think with only 1 Colossus though, and with all of these SCVs being pulled, there is still a chance here for Nicoract to really pull this push off. We also don't have Thermal Ants yet, bearing that in mind. It's going to be so difficult. That's a lot of Zealots that are going to be clashing with SCVs.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be difficult, and here we go. The Bio Army pushing forward. Liberators in siege up, and we do keep... Oh, we do try to keep to the fight. Yeah, true.
There are only 2 Stalkers.
Yeah, only 2 Stalkers. Liberation has arrived. Zealots, they try to rush in. They get choked up in their own Sim City.
Yeah, and look at this bio-concave. Zealots finally getting on top of the army. Thermalet's still not quite done. Shield battery out of energy. SKillous is microing. That Colossus back brilliantly, though. No more energy on the medevacs, and the second Colossus will put the final nail in the coffin here. SKillous takes game number 1, but it was on an absolute knife's edge.
GG.
If things were just off by 1 second, we could have seen a completely different outcome. GG here by SKillous.
GG, well played, SKillous. He does hold, he does survive. Again, some really nice moves out of Nicoract. The biggest one, of course, was baiting out those 7 stalkers. Like, the tank went down, which was brutal, but he had set up a surround, set up a flank. He was able to snipe 7 stalkers. That was a big moment for Nicoract. But as we saw, it took a little bit too long to really commit across the map. I mean, it was a hard decision because there were so many charge ults waiting for him. So stimming into charge ults is a difficult call to make. And again, he did maybe wait a little bit too long. Colossus did arrive, second Colossus as well, and SKillous did barely hold. GG.
Just barely. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, not really much more to add on to that. Like you were saying, I mean, great moves all around from both Nicoract and from SKillous. I think a very strong showing of adaptability here from both of our players. Nicoract in particular, I think he noticed just how few stalkers SKillous was working with after a while, and so he produced those 2 Liberators, which honestly I thought was going to be the final nail in the coffin there for SKillous, but I clearly wasn't paying attention to those medevacs and just how low they were on energy. SKillous able to bait out 1 too many stim packs or stim packs from Nicoract, and it really wasted a lot of that medevac energy. Was able to take him down in the end. GG. Very dynamic game number 1, and I'm excited to see what we'll see here in game number 2, where we're here on Tokamak. LE, of course, standing for Long Emulsion. Emulsion. That's when you that's when the emulsification takes a while. So not mayonnaise, but like some other product, I imagine.
Okay.
Because you can, it's pretty quick to emulsify.
Yeah.
Right? I think so, anyway. Here at the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way. In the bottom left, we of course have our red Terran player coming out from the land of the CIS region. He, of course, is going to be representing Platinum Heroes. He is Nicoract.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing onto the semi-finals of a Team Liquid. It is SKillous.
My eyes still, once again, going to be glued to Nicoract here. Both players, so far in the tournament, showing off some very, very strong defensive play, but I think Nicoract has had a bit of first to switch up the dynamic a little bit, especially in this series. In game number 1, he opened up as the aggressor. SKillous was the defender, so I think Nicoract does want to take the initiative, but we'll see how things go. We haven't quite been able to see SKillous be aggressive yet, and I do know that SKillous is a fan of playing aggressive if he can get away with it.
For sure, for sure. When it comes to TVP, I will say that Nicoract is very often the aggressor, right? It's like, not saying that he's going to 2-base all in every game, like we saw last game, but he is willing to do so, right? And he is willing to go for the kill at times as well. I would say that this map is going to be a little bit more difficult. Pylon, the rush distance by ground and the path across the map is very direct. It's just a straight line across the map. There's no twists, there's no turns. Here on Tokamak, this map is more defensive. You can secure yourself on 3 and 4 bases a lot easier on this map as opposed to on other maps. So we'll see what Nicoract's plan is going to be. Already double gas opener before the CC into reactor Reaper Hellion.
Double Reaper and double Hellion. That's pretty committed force initially that we're going to be seeing here from Nicoract. This is not just for scouting anymore. It has to do damage.
Yeah, the goal here, as you mentioned, is economic damage from Nicoract. We'll see if SKillous is able to wall up and wall up. So far, the wall has begun here for SKillous, and Nicoract is going to be following this up, actually, with a Widowmine drop.
Yeah, so a little bit more standard, a little bit more normal here from Nicoract. Obviously, adding his own little twist here with his 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. But other than that, I think we're going to be set for a macro game.
Yes, he does try to rush past. He's headed for the mineral lines instead of the stalkers. They're going to try to slow this down, but he will get into the main.
Yeah, he's able to get on top of one of the stalkers. Target firing is pretty good, but we do have a lot of proactively placed shield batteries here for SKillous. So alas, Nicoract will only be able to get one probe.
Yeah, only one worker goes down. SKillous, he defends very nicely. He does deflect Nicoract, but as you mentioned, we do have that follow-up, more standard follow-up here with that mine job. We have two widow mines, we have the medevac, and Nicoract, he will soon zoom across the map.
Oh. Will be zooming. Gets a stalker, which is not bad, and the probe, but yeah, I guess at this point you might as well get whatever damage you can get done with your initial Reaper Hellion Force. They aren't going to be too useful. They don't scale too well as the game continues.
Exactly. They do not scale well whatsoever. Back at home, what do we have? How many gateways? 3 gates. We have 3 gate Blink Stalker out of SKillous. Very safe play from our Protoss player. From here, he will be expanding, taking a third base. Once again, though, another probe goes out. It's going to be 3 probe kills.
Yeah, pretty long delay here on the third base of SKillous. Obviously not the biggest of deals, but if you're going to be playing as a more economic Protoss player, which I think SKillous wants to be right now, it definitely helps to get them up and running early, so you can start to fortify it early as well.
Yeah, exactly, as he is delayed when it comes to that third base. One of my shots going off. We get some okay damage, but now it's time to counterattack. Remember, Blink is done. A War Prism is ready. He has 3 gateways to warp in, and he will get into the main.
Blink is done, War Prism is ready, and Nicoract was not in position at all. Once again, the tank goes down, but this time, 'twas not a bait. That's a pretty hefty loss right now for Nicoract, his only tank.
Yeah, exactly. The tank count gets reset. That means SKillous, he maintains control of the map. He can always poke back in. And behind this, remember, he's not all in. He is expanding. It's a delayed third base, but he is still expanding, is still getting it up and running.
Yeah. Is delayed, but he is still expanding in a way. Nicoract not bothering to turn around. It's only 4 stalkers that are in this base. So he's going to try to pull SCVs and utilize reinforcements to deal with them, which I'm not sure is... Yeah, if Nicoract wasn't all in before, he has to be now,
100%.
Right?
Yeah, and here we go. We have the recall back home. SKillous, he's now aware of the all-in coming across the map. Link, sorry, I should say Cloak is not done, so it's going to be a Vanilla Banshee pushing on forward here. And does SKillous have enough to defend? No shield battery.
Yeah, no shield battery. Tank in a fantastic position. We also don't have Stim or a medevac, though, so that is something to keep in mind. Killing this third base will be worth it if Nicoract is going to be able to expand after this. Tank goes down. Still a lot of bio, though.
Yeah, a lot of Marines left over. The Prism goes down as well, so limited micro potential here for the Protoss army. He's going for the Nexus. He's going for the kill. Can he get it?
It's so close. We don't have Sim yet, but the third Nexus does in fact go down. Meanwhile, Nicoract, he is getting the third base behind us. The probes looking very exposed. The last of these Marines. They knew that they were going to be sacrificed, but they're getting a lot done with the last moments of their lives. Huge damage already here for Nicoract.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing's looking a little bit rough. He lost a lot of SCVs, but now he's getting his own third base on location. But here comes the counterattack. He has triggered a SKillous. SKillous, he will lose that third base, but now it's time to try to delay the third base of his opponent. But this time, Sim is done.
Yeah, Sim is Nicoract may not have a tank, but he does have a lot of Marauders, and Concussive Shell is on the way. Like you said, Sim being finished, that's a game changer right now. That will allow these bio units to catch up with the Stalkers if they try to blink away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, SKillous, he cannot get past this ramp. He cannot push up this ramp. He cannot threaten the third base. So far, Nicoract, he makes his stand. I say that, but charge is now done for SKillous, and he's not done. He rebuilds a War Prism, warps in more Zealots, and now he has a more complex army to actually break this position and to push in towards the third.
Yeah, I'm watching these Widow Mines right now. Like, I feel like a lot of Nicoract's defense is going to be predicated on how well these mines can either zone the army away or get some boosty connections. That was a pretty good one, and the flanking reinforcements are starting to cause quite a bit of a concave. Huge force fields, though. We can see these Marauders not doing anything in the back.
Wow, the Marauders, they get zoned away, only fighting with half his army, and it looks like SKillous, he breaks through the main force. Reinforcements are trickling in, though. Nicoract, again, he has to defend his advantage, and with that, looks like he will hold.
Yeah, gonna be losing a lot of his army, but again, these are only bio units, so pretty cheap to replace. He only loses 4 SCVs, and so while he's still behind on the worker count, he has mules. He's not too far behind when it comes to the income.
Yeah, he holds nicely here. He scans across the map. He confirms that there is an expansion. The Colossus barely outside of scan range. SKillous is going into his Colossus production, is getting into his gateway army as well. But Nicoract, I would say, in a nice position here, in a better position, bearing in mind, because of mules, he has a better economy.
Without a doubt, and now we're just kind of seeing the Terran industrial complex coming out, just pumping out unit after unit after unit.
Yeah, Nicoract, he is now in the driver's seat. SKillous was pretty committed. He was pretty all in. He failed to do enough economic damage. And now suddenly, Nicoract, he's here to bring this home, to bring this back. SKillous now getting a 4th base, so that's not going to come into play on this defense, but he does have 2 Colossus.
And those are going to be absolutely key right now in SKillous' army. He is behind by a whole freaking lot when it comes to RE supply. 20 supply down, as a matter of fact, but 2 Colossus, that's enough to start one-shotting Marines. That's enough to... Oh, do 2 Colossus one-shot Marines? I think with +1. They will.
Yeah. Mate, they will melt a Marine army, let me tell you. Marauders that built a tank, though, and here we go. We do see Nicoract steaming on forward. Can he close distance? Can he get on top of the Colossus? Alas, he barely cannot. Is pulled away. 2nd starport's on the way. Ghost Academy as well. Nicoract is building up towards a longer game state.
Yeah, slowly but surely trying to draw these Colossus out of position, trying to get a couple of volleys on top of them using the Vikings. Oh! Almost a very juicy mine shot, but yeah, SKillous able to catch it in time, able to blink away.
Yeah, it does blink away in time. Likewise, behind this, SKillous, he is now up to triple Colossus. The Colossus count is reaching critical mass. Meanwhile, Nicoract, again, because of the better economy, he still maintains the better army supply here, and he's making 4 Vikings at a time.
Yeah, if he can get these, if he can zone away some of these Stalkers and get on top of these Colossus, I think Nicoract is going to be in a fantastic position. Once again, like you were mentioning, these are expensive Protoss units. Colossus costs a lot of money. And because of that, there, I would say, is just barely enough of a buffer here for SKillous.
Oh, exactly, as Nicoract, he does catch SKillous out of position. The base goes down, 7 probes as well. And now he has the Concave. He has the Arc, and the Colossus. They're going down one after the other. He sends in.
Yeah, starting to target fire them down. He has mostly Marauders remaining, and with that, he is able to take down all of those high-tech Protoss units. Lifts up the rest of his bio, because, you know, there's only 1 Stalker left. Just boosts away.
Yeah, he boosts away. He cripples the main army. He takes down the 3rd expansion. He takes down 7 probes as well. SKillous, he's double expanded to try to catch back up into this. Likewise, SKillous still down in the economy as well, and he has to start from scratch. He has to rebuild his Colossus from ground 1, ground 0.
Yeah, from only a single robo facility as well.
Yeah, no double robo production. Doesn't have the economy for it. He doesn't have the gas for it. Again, he just lost bases. He lost workers. He cannot sustain those kind of losses here. And now Nicoract, he has a massive supply lead. He's going in for the kill.
Massive supply lead, well, not necessarily a massive tech lead, but he has units that he needs right now. Sims on forward, and yeah, these Zealots are going to start to melt to the Bioforce.
Exactly, the base is going to go down, and there's nothing to stop him. There's 1 Colossus, there's 2 Stalkers, 1 Sentry, and a handful of Zealots, and this army just pales in comparison to what Nicoract has.
Yeah, no anti-air, or very little anti-air, I should say. Vikings about to make very, very short work of the Colossus. Going to be able to camp on top of the robo facility as well. Well, would have been able to if not for these Stalkers.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see that 1 Colossus, by the way, is putting in a lot of work. A lot of Marines are going to be going down, and SKillous trading as efficiently as possible. He's holding the line here. He's holding on as best he can. 2nd Colossus does arrive as well, and I mean, he's barely holding on, barely. Oh god, spoke too soon.
Yeah, but then we do have the target firing on that 1 Colossus. Going to be able to take it out. 2nd Colossus did pop out, as you mentioned, and now with that, SKillous loses a base, and still isn't in a great position, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Still down in economy. We do see Nicoract on 4 bases getting fully operational. Nicoract, he rallies across the map. A lot of his supply were in medvacs, but here we go. Here come the reinforcements. He has Marines, he has Ghosts, he has EMPs, and more importantly, he has Vikings once again.
Yeah, SKillous now going to be switching into disruptor production, a little bit cheaper and potentially a bit more effective, especially against all of these Marauders, but it is not as reliable as Colossus. GG is called, and Nicoract going to be taking that game, going to be taking us to game number 3, the ace match.
Let's go. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. We did mention earlier that, again, Nicoract, his strongest matchup is Terran versus Protoss, and we have seen Nicoract take down players like MaxPax, like Hero. He does punch up in this matchup, and SKillous, I would put alongside them. You know, SKillous, he is top 3 Protoss in Europe. He has, I would say there's like definitely like a skill or even like a notoriety disparity between these players, but Nicoract, he fights back.
Yeah, top 3 Protoss in Europe, arguably top 7 in the world. I mean, if we look at it in the world, it's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, like you were mentioning, Nicoract in this matchup in TVP, he has this fantastic ability to punch up, and SKillous, he got punched.
Up.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, very well played here by Nicoract, tying up the series, and can he cause the upset? And it would be an upset again. SKillous, he is a Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. Nicoract, less so. So we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can claim the series.
Yeah. Indeed, we shall. Nicoract, not a Sparkling Tuna Cup champion?
And I believe
He's
not.
had to at least have made it into the finals a couple times,
yeah.
right?
He has made it to the finals. On momento.
There we go. Yeah, very consistent participant in these is what I will say, and see if that pays off today in particular. As here we start to have it, we're going to be loading into our next map, our ace match of this particular best of 3 quarterfinals match. We're going to be loading into Persephone, LE, or if you prefer, Persephone, LE. LE, of course, standing for Snake. No, wait. What's
What did I come back to? What are you talking about?
Lorax? Equivalent. Lorax equivalent. That's like when you want to make a story, but you can't because Dr. Seuss has the copyright. So you do something that's equivalent to a Lorax, but isn't a Lorax. Call it a Rax low. In the top right, left-hand corner map, starting all the way to the top left, we of course have our red Terran player. Very, very aggressive in this matchup, and so far has been yielding him results. He is of course going to be representing Platinum Heroes. We have Nicoract.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss, being forced into a tied series here. He's favored to make a deep run in this tournament, but struggling in the quarterfinals. Can he bring it back? It is SKillous.
Master of the house now, from what I've heard.
Yeah, there you go. He is now living in the attic. Does rule over the land, and we'll see how Nicoract does adjust. Already double gas opener. If you remember last game, we also had a double gas opener out of Nicoract going into a faster, or going into a reactor to Reaper Hellion into a Widowmine drop. So we'll see if we see something similar here as well. Meanwhile, also welcome to Persephone, where we do have some healing pads, some gold bases, some interesting features to the new map.
Yeah. And we've actually seen players utilize them. That was a little bit of a concern I think a lot of people had, was even though we have all these additional features, will players actually make use of them, or will they decide not to? But so far, I think most of them have caught on. Most of them have realized that, yeah, Healing pad is pretty advantageous at certain points of the game.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it used a little bit, and hopefully we're going to see more of it as well. Meanwhile, just like the last game, again, we actually Reaper Hellions. So we have additional Reapers, we have additional Hellions on the way. We'll see if we can get some early game damage done as well, and most likely following this up with some drop play. SKillous back at him for the first time this series, not going for a Twilight Council.
Oh, interesting. So, yeah, opting for the Stargate opening this time instead. He has a plan. That's as much as I really remember from analysis. You know, Twilight Council openings a little bit more versatile, but when you're opening up with Stargate, it's because you have something very specific in mind. You have an objective in mind.
Yeah, there are two ways to open Stargate. You can open up Oracle and even double Oracle to get damage done across the map, but here we do have a Phoenix base opener instead. Now, typically this is reserved for bigger maps and larger maps just because you are vulnerable to stim timings. As you can imagine, against mass stim Marines, Phoenixes don't really help you too much. They hurt you more than anything because it means that there's no blink, and it means that we have delayed production as well. But here, this is working quite nicely. He hasn't seen anything across the map, but this is a 1-1-1. This is not a Widowmine drop follow-up. We're going into Cloak Banshee.
This is once again very aggressive coming out here from SKillous. This is going to be stimless timing with Banshee support. And he's going to get right on top of SKillous's face very, very soon. This is a scenario, yeah, when Phoenixes are advantageous, but like you were saying, you have to be very, very careful. You have the ability with these Phoenixes to lift up the tanks and completely shut down the zoning potential of Terran, but if the tanks are close by to Marines, they will die very, very shortly. The ship's passing the night, and I think Nicoract was the one who got the alert. Yeah, not sure if SKillous was really looking that direction.
Yeah, he wasn't paying attention, but he does get into the middle line. 3 SCVs already going to be going down. He is aware now. Cloak, he's going for the tank.
Yeah, that's not the correct Phoenix. That's not the correct Phoenix, Nicoract, and so the tank will fall in the end. Banshee, though, putting in a lot of work. No detection.
Yeah, no detection, not yet. There we go. Cloak is activated. Observer is going to be on the way, but that's a late observer here from SKillous. So probes are going down. May have lost a tank back at home, which was a brutal loss, but that's going to be 9+ workers going down.
Yeah, finally, shield battery does get up and running, so there shouldn't be any more probes going down here for SKillous.
As detection has arrived, a decent damage dealt by that Banshee forces back the Phoenixes, but Nicoract, can he keep this aggression going? We have more Raxes on the way. He has to rebuild his tank count, and SKillous, he just takes a third.
Just like so, yeah, he knows that this is window to expand. Nicoract is going to be focusing a lot more on his own macro back at home, but obviously SKillous doesn't want to dawdle too long.
Thank God. As this time the Marine count is high enough that it does zone away SKillous, so the tank will survive. Meanwhile, a second Banshee has arrived across the map, but this time there's plenty of stalkers and plenty of detection.
Yeah, this Banshee only going to be able to take out one singular probe. So while that's going on, we do have a move out across the map from Nicoract. Or do we?
Yeah, he does mass up his army. He does think about moving out across the map, but he thinks better of it. The first Colossus has already arrived, and Nicoract, he will pull back for the time being. I mean, it looks like he thinks on waiting on his upgrades, which I think is definitely respectable here. Waiting for stim.
Wait for stim. Wait for your 2 medevacs to come out. You know, don't get too ahead of yourself here. It's not like a second Colossus is going to pop out. Oh, wait, I'm just kidding. It is like a second Colossus is going to pop out, but even still, you have a much better chance of fighting 2 Colossus with stim and medevacs than you do fighting 1 Colossus with neither of those, with no medevacs or stim.
Exactly, but this does look very committed on 2 bases. No third CC yet, so this is a 3-1-1 setup. Viking production has begun, and this is going to be a very committed move out here from Nicoract. And we'll see if he's able to outposition SKillous as, the Observer is ready, though, and SKillous, he sees the army.
Yeah, going to be repositioning himself very, very quickly. Colossus looking a little bit exposed. Yeah, but that's just way too many Marines without Marauder support. Combat shield's also not quite done here for Nicoract, so he has to be very, very careful of how he wants to engage this.
Yeah, he's slowly pushing forward, getting within range of the pylon. We do see the initial pylon going to be going down, and SKillous is just biding his time, waiting for more reinforcements. Charge is not done, so it's not going to be easy to collapse on this position.
That it will not be. Really good use of these Marauders, keeping his Marines way back into reserves. Colossus barely tickled Marauders, if we're being honest.
Oh my god, exactly. And the Colossus, they take a lot of volleys here from the tanks. Tanks, they're going for the expansion as well. The Nexus, it's about to go down.
Yeah, I don't see a way for SKillous to be able to save this. And just like that, mission accomplished. Nicoract, I don't think, can really push further deeper into this, and he is well aware of that, so he is just going to be regrouping and not going for any hasty maneuvers.
Third TC? Yeah, he just calms things down. He backs off. Third TC is on the way. SKillous down to 2 bases. Nicoract does have the economic advantage. Nicoract, he doesn't have to force his way into this. And again, pushing into 3 Colossus is not an easy thing to do, especially because Charge is now done. Charge now complete for SKillous.
Yeah, and he's looking to make advantage of that, or to take advantage of that fact, and will try to go for a couple of run-bys here and there. Once again, Nicoract, great damage being dealt, but he still needs time for his economy to really get up and running.
Yeah, as
this
boys,
is a perfect window for SKillous.
It really is. As Elsa get into the mineral lines, SCV's going to be going down. Nicoract, he races back home. SCVs are going to be falling, and this will alleviate some of that pressure. This will give SKillous some time to breathe.
Yeah, forces the army back home. Actually gets quite a lot of economic damage. Starting to really even things out when it comes to the income.
Yeah, 10 SCV kills. SKillous, he takes his 3rd base, now going for the 4th as well, expanding away from his opponent. So SKillous, if given time, he can recover, but because of Nicoract's lead, this is where we do have to look at the supply here. Nicoract, he has a massive army lead. He has a terrifying force to work with. And a lot of this is because, remember, he didn't really lose much in his push because he was so careful with it, right? He was so careful with his Marines. He did preserve his army over time.
Yeah, those high-tech Protoss units have not gone down. He's got 3 Colossus, and he's working on Disruptor production and Archon production.
Yeah, he's working on them, but here we go. Here comes a massive stim. The Colossus are exposed. Archon, they morph in just in time.
Yeah, not a great concave here for Nicoract. Actually losing a lot of his bio before they can really get in position.
Yeah, he has to back off. Zellerama gets across the map, will delay some reinforcements. Shouldn't get too much damage, but once again, Nicoract, he's forced back home. And once again, SKillous is buying time to build up his forces. As you mentioned, now building up his Disruptor count.
Yeah, when you're on 4 bases, it's not necessarily ideal for the Protoss player, but it is enough, just about enough, to start sustaining yourself and getting, you know, a variety of splash damage sources.
Yeah, no Storm, but Disruptors, they will do the trick. We have Blink on the way, +2 is almost done for SKillous, as you mentioned, getting fully saturated on 4 bases. And Nicoract, earlier, he did have an advantage, did have that lead. Not anymore. He's being forced into a longer game state than SKillous. He is stabilizing.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
Yeah, so we do see that SKillous is gaining map control. He fans out his ults, fans out his observers, keeping an eye on everything that is going on the map, making sure there's no hidden move out. Now, Nicoract, he is also taking up as well. Ghost production has now begun for the Terran.
Now we're just reaching our milestones here in the tech tree. Gonna go for Ghost versus Archons. We're gonna go for... I think it's pretty much the main interaction, actually, in TVP. But
the Vikings? Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be on them to avoid the Archons and Stalkers and try to get a better angle on the Colossus as well. But we'll see how these armies are going to interact. As here we go, Nicoract, he does a push out, and he does run into SKillous.
Yeah, kind of out of position, too, so able to pick off a couple of Zealots, but now... this is where SKillous wants to fight. I'm keeping my eye on that healing pad.
Yeah, the healing pad can be a factor here. We do see Nicoract getting a better angle, going for the Colossus, then it goes up.
Yeah, we'll pick off a couple of bio units. SKillous being very careful of those Colossus. The last thing he wants to do is to have them out of position and let them get volleyed by these Vikings.
Yeah, nice EMPs from Nicoract covering those Archons. First Archon does go down. Likewise, he has a better concave view on top of the ramp, but there are just so many Zealots.
Yeah, Activated for a massive flank. Another Purification Nova, taking out 2 more ghosts.
Yeah, 2 more ghosts go down. Nice hold position micro out of SKillous, and he does make use of the healing pad, and he tops up the Colossus. Let's go.
So that's a question that I had that is now answered. Yes, you can fit Colossus in the healing pad despite the air blockers.
There you go.
I imagine they kind of like scrunch down a little, scooch down a little.
Yeah. To make sure they don't hit their head on the blocker. True. But SKillous, he tops up his army, takes a dominant fight, and SKillous, he's maxed out.
Is maxed out indeed, and will be applying a lot of pressure on Nicoract's 4th. Nicoract still needs a little bit more time, still needs a little bit more Vikings, a little bit more Ghosts, and of course 2-2 finishing up would be nice as well. Yeah, the 2-2 upgrades are still on the way, but SKillous is pushing in here, and now Nicoract, he's catching up when it comes to that supply, but that's still 3 disruptors for Nicoract. The first never goes up. Won't quite get much. Does a graze those Marauders. The army is zoned away. Now the Zeltec going to the Mineral Monova once again, just going to be zoning back the army. And there's a little bit of a good concave here, but in the end, SKillous just has way too much Protoss. GG is called, and SKillous could be taking that series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here between SKillous and Nicoract. Went down to the wire, went all the way to the ace match, and in the end SKillous does barely claim it, but a shout out to Nicoract because he made a series out of it. It was very close, very intense, very back and forth, and it did make SKillous work for it. Yeah, very, very hard. Like you said, Nicoract, he punches up very, very hard in the TVP matchup, and he just absolutely made SKillous bleed in that series. Oh yeah, he really did. And with that, SKillous advances on to the semifinals, but it looks like we already have the upper semifinals ready for us. The rest of the bracket has been progressing, and we've had a lot of updates, and we have our 2 of our top 4 players ready for the next series. Yeah, top semifinal has been set. It is going to be another TVP, this time ByuN versus Gerald. So we wanted to cast a Zerg player today, but unfortunately didn't work out. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, just like every Tuna Cup, smurge, happy smurge. But unfortunately, no Zerg players to remaining in the event. Hopefully, we can, get some tomorrow or something. But with that, we do have, as you mentioned, Gerald and ByuN in the upper semis. Another dynamic that I think will probably go pretty similar to what we just saw in Nicoract versus SKillous. Obviously, a reversal here is that it's actually the Protoss player who's a bit more of the underdog and the Terran player who's a bit more of the favorite, but ByuN and Gerald have been known to go back and forth quite a bit. In recent times, I want to say in the Turtle Cup and the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, I should say, and even in Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, these have become regular competitors and regular players to face off, and it is quite actually close between them. I would say that I actually favor Gerald in a longer game. Like, we have seen Gerald, if he can max out, if he can get up to 4 or 5 bases and embrace like a late game composition like Gerald, he can take it to ByuN. Yeah, I don't think I can really disagree with you on that one. ByuN, not one who is known for his late game. I think intentionally in some ways, he does prefer being very, very aggressive. He also doesn't want the game to drag on too long because obviously, he's got Terran wrist. But yeah, that's kind of partially the reason why we've seen ByuN develop such an aggressive style over the years. And Gerald, he's been getting really good at deflecting that early game aggression, getting really good at defending on multiple fronts of the map. So if we start going on a little bit longer, if we start getting some tier 3 tech, some tier 3 units, that's what I think I'll feel really confident about Gerald winning those games. Oh yeah. Exactly. We'll see if we can get there. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break before the semi. Oh, no, never mind. Yep.
As it looks like the lobby is ready, vetoes are done, and we are jumping into the upper semi-finals. Game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love.
Indeed, it is.
Oh, hold on.
Oh. I was gonna say, you know, Wardy is hosting something right now, as well.
I think
and,
Wardy.
Yeah, we just had Pom drop in for a quick second. Just had to clarify, this isn't Wardy's tournament.
It's yo, this is such a big thing when it comes to online tournaments, because players, they start lobbies so quickly. It is not uncommon for all the casters just quickly like join each other's lobbies to just jump
and
on
if
in.
you're in and if you're in multiple channels at once, you don't really get the chance to check and see, okay, wait, which channel was this posted on? I cannot believe that after 7 years of doing this, we have not recorded a Steel UI rant just to have on a soundboard whenever something like this happens.
True.
We need to get on that.
But shout out to Pomi, as you mentioned, Wardy's hosting an event, and there's some other language casters covering that. But of course, we have our own Tuna Cup ready for us here. We have the semi-finals ready for us as well.
Indeed, we do. Still gonna be another best of 3, but fret not. Gonna be a very exciting one, as is what I expect over here. We're going to be kicking it off on Ultra Love, where over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our blue Terran player coming down all the way from the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing his team, Shopify Rebellion. Oh, we have ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald.
I'm only now noticing his decal.
Yes. I believe that is Sal's team. Uppetry. His clan, I should say.
Ah, yeah. Sal 4.
Yes. Shaking my head. But for some reason, there's the doggo, and there's yeah, I don't understand.
I was gonna say donut, but I think that's a pie.
I know that there's like a spoon in it, right? There's like a spoon.
Yeah, so it's coffee.
That could be coffee.
That's like not a spoon. That's like one of those wooden stirry sticks.
Ah, okay.
Or it might be a spoon. It looks wooden.
It could be a wooden spoon.
Yeah. That actually, yeah, it might not be coffee. I can't tell how brown it is, or if it's a little bit reddish.
That could be a dessert, right?
It could be tomato sauce.
Okay.
It could be a dessert. It could be chili con carne.
Ah, carnitas.
You put the hot dog in there.
Let's go. Making me hungry. We'll have some noodles after this.
We will. Some instant.
Exactly.
We actually got a variety pack.
Oh, let's go. What kind of variety? What do you got?
It's a variety of Korean instant noodles that they, for some reason, they were doing a promotion on. So it's like standard Shin ramyun mixed with I don't remember the brand, but it was like some clay pot stew flavor noodle.
Okay.
And then another brand that I don't remember that's like kimchi stew. Kimchi jjigae flavor. So
okay. Well, let's go.
You gotta decide which one.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards the clay pot.
Well, I'm all for it as long as you put an egg in it. Get an egg in there.
Ah, gotta get the protein.
See. As we are still into our game, ByuN behind this going for a 1-1-1 opener. He was checking for proxies. ByuN, he skips the SCV scout, he skips the Reaper scout as well. This is known for ByuN, and Gerald, he will punish these Marines, picking them off one at a time. No bunker on the high ground, so ByuN cutting corners here.
Yeah, honestly, pretty surprising here from ByuN. Well, I say pretty surprising. It's not surprising that ByuN cut corners, but it feels like nowadays a bunker in TVP is pretty much essential. we've seen Nicoract, even when he was playing aggressive, even when he went for the 2-on-1, he still built a bunker at his natural base.
Yeah, and as a result, that's going to be 3 Marine kills early on. That will weaken this follow-up medevac drop, as now there are 2 less Marines in the drop, but it's going to be a Widowmine Marine, and the goal here for this drop is to get economic damage, to focus on as many probes as possible. Meanwhile, the heli does overextend.
Yeah, will get cut out a little bit. ByuN gonna be trying to boost his medevac, but I think, yeah, Gerald will be able to spot it. Will be able to maneuver some defenses.
He will, as it does pull away. Meanwhile, the drop does come in. Will zone away some of the army. Maestro going off on a single worker, and with that, Gerald, he will hold. Before I get ahead of myself, again, we're a little bit distracted by the discussion on the decal, but if you're in the chat, you know what's happening is it is a gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. This is a prediction for the entirety of this best of 3, so best of luck on who you think will advance onto the grand finals. Will be the Protoss or the Terran.
Decaf. It could be coffee.
There you go. There you go. Could be coffee. Could be coffee.
Could be coffee.
I see in the chat, it's clearly a Capichihuahua. Clearly. Clearly.
Kappa?
It's when you put the Chihuahua in the cappuccino.
Oh, that's right. The what's it called? The more espresso, less depresso.
Yes. Yes, how do I say that? Yo,
I love the Haluk Colossus.
What are we doing? Are we like taunting ByuN right now? What's...
Get you coward! Yeah, I already have a Colossus out, you know?
I like how ByuN calls the bluff with the Marine. The Marine does go down, but that was an interesting interaction, is what I will say.
He's like, yeah? You want a Haluka Colossus? You want to bait me? I'll give you 1 Marine.
I mean, he does get baited because Gerald, he moves out across enough. He's out of position. Probes are going to be under fire. Does go back in.
Am I going to be zoning away the probes for the time being, but not much else?
As he does delay some mining time, 1 worker goes down, and I appreciate that Gerald is going for a different dynamic. We've seen time and time again gateway compositions blink into Colossus from SKillous. Here we have blink charge into Storm, not Colossus.
Interesting. A little bit more of an old school choice here coming out from Gerald. I feel like it's fallen out of favor a little bit just because of the prevalency of ghosts.
As we do get the drop into the main base, the drop is going to be cleaned up. Gerald, he will defend, but that's going to be another 3 workers going down. What I will say is that Storm play was a little bit old school until the recent patch because of the NG overcharge. Because of the NG overcharge, now you actually have
true.
Yeah, a lot more storms than you otherwise did last year.
Yeah, you don't even need K-Darren Amulet.
True.
You don't even need an upgrade to have your High Templar warping in and being on full energy, so yeah, that makes sense. It also allows storms to be a lot more useful in a defensive scenario where, the Terran player might want to push out with Stim, but not Ghosts yet.
Oh my god, as a full medevac goes, sorry, I should say half a medevac goes down, the medevac does fall, unfortunately to target the one with less units, but overall nice catch here from Gerald. And yes, as you mentioned, now with the NG overcharge, High Templar are a little more versatile in their defense and offense, and we'll see how Gerald can compete with ByuN, as ByuN is being active, pushing towards the left hand side. Gerald does spot him.
Yeah, ByuN unaware so far, though. We already have the Templar dropping a couple of storms.
Yeah, but no major connections. They mainly zone away. Mine shots going off here on those Zealots. Oh, but the Widow Mines are going to be cleaned up. Gerald, he's on the chase.
Yeah, not too many Zealots remaining, but still plenty of High Templar, and they've got plenty of energy as well. A little bit of debris, ending the chase for now, but I think Gerald smells blood in the water.
He's going to knock down the Jogs. He's going to be pushing out. ByuN behind this is going to be rushing into Ghost. Again, because of the prioritization or because of Storm that's on the way, Ghost is going to be that much more effective here. It's going to be up to Gerald to keep his High Templar in the backline to make sure he spreads them out and avoids those EMPs.
Yeah, has to be very, very careful there. ByuN still being active with drops. You do have a cannon, and assuming a feedback was able to take out 1 of these medevacs, but still have a lot of Marines coming down, and they are focusing on economy.
That they are. Meanwhile, Gerald, he is committing in. He's taking a lot of damage back at home, but he does want to try to break it ByuN here and now. There is a tank at the natural. ByuN, he has those ghosts, he has those EMPs, he does lead the charge, he does scan, he does spot those High Templar, he knows what he wants.
He's hunting. He is hunting. He's hoping he can nail those EMPs before the fight even begins. And just like that, Gerald immediately gets put on the back foot. He tries to warp some of these or morph some of these High Templar into Archons, but it is not going to be enough. Some absolutely huge pickups here for ByuN. Not going to be pressing the advantage just yet. He's not quite fully ready for that. But yeah, already a huge net positive for him before the big fight even begins.
Exactly, that was an insane EMP out of ByuN. He caught every single High Templar, and Gerald, he's in trouble now. Thankfully, he has 4 more High Templar back at home. He still has Storms ready to go, but is it going to be enough? ByuN does have momentum. He's going to be pushing in. How good are the Storms going to be?
I don't think we're going to find out just yet. We do have one Storm connecting on a lot of units. That was a snipe being utilized on a High Templar, which you don't see too often, but I guess it worked out.
Yeah, well, he sent the snipe EMP on the Prism, but the High Templar is still safe inside. They still avoid those EMPs, and ByuN is going to be forced all the way back. Gerald, he still has potential here with his army. At the same time, Raven Harass here does distract for a moment, actually going for the Storm drop into the mineral line.
Yeah, ByuN not quite aware, but he does figure it out pretty soon. Some nice EMPs as well. EMPing them immediately as they pop out, and the Viking to take out the Warp Prism in the end. Once again, Gerald, he's got to go back home. He's got to rebuild. He's got to lick his wounds.
These have been some expensive losses to figure out. I'm afraid to look here, but so far, 3 High Templar, 2 Archons, a Prism has gone down, and Gerald, he is now forced out of just pure Storm. Double Robo. This is for Colossus production. Sorry, I should say triple Robo production for Colossus. We need time. Oof.
Yeah, he needs quite a lot of them. Quite a lot of time, and he needs to get them out as quickly as possible. Good use of the choke point here from ByuN. Yeah, no AoE damage, no storms or anything like that, so that's when you want your bio to be standing on a bridge versus nothing but zealots, pretty much.
Yeah, ByuN momentum still on his side. He does take another better fight. Gerald actually not going straight for Colossus, going for Disruptors first. Bold move here, but they do produce faster than Colossus. So as you mentioned, time is of the essence. He has to make whatever he can as quickly as possible here. But again, Gerald, he's still not quite there. And ByuN, he still has that larger army. He can still be more active, can still be more aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like he needs a couple more Widow Mines, but other than that, his army is looking very solid. He's got a lot of ghosts. He's got a lot of bio. He's even got a Viking or 2. Yeah, a couple of Vikings for that Warp Prism.
That's how those Vikings, Widow Mines are cleaned up, but the tanks, they do catch out. Gerald, ByuN taking a different approach here. He totals up. We have sensor towers, we have tank lines. He knocks down the tower to fully wall this area off. ByuN, it looks like he's calming things down here while he takes up in towards Liberators with that fusion core.
Yeah, ByuN, like you said, playing things safe, which is not usually what I expect from ByuN.
Ooh, and he might get punished for it. Medevac does go down. We can see Gerald, he's posturing in the center. Both armies are maxed out. I will say that Gerald's army is a little bit less it's a little bit less complex. It's mainly Zealot. We have 24 Zealots. He's only got a handful of Disruptors and only 2 High Templar.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more low tech compared to what ByuN is working with right now.
And with that, the final
see a massive flag. Ooh, good avoidance on the Novas, but some very nice storms could be zoning away most of the bio army. This is a very difficult position for ByuN to try to push into because of these choke points, but I think he's realized, yeah, there's not a lot of energy on these High Templar. The Purification Novas are still on cooldown, so he's going to cross the bridge.
He does cross that bridge. As you mentioned, Gerald, he needs more Disruptors. All these Novas are now resetting, so he does have Novas available once again, and they have potential to pop off, but he cannot break through this choke point. Once again, the Nova graces the army, takes down 2 of those Marauders. Meanwhile, we have a Liberator range on the way.
Yeah, ByuN, once again, he just really wants to make sure he can secure himself at this position, and Lib range is going to be helping out a ton. We only have 4 Stalkers now. For anti-air, obviously we have a couple of Archons, but they have a very limited range. EMP is going to be blanketing the front of this army, but there is still that High Templar in the back line with full energy.
Yeah, it does have full energy, but at the same time, a base goes down. ByuN going for a split push, and there's nothing at home to defend. Expansion does fall. Gerald, he's forced all the way back home.
And ByuN, he's content with the damage he's dealt. He is just going to be going back home with his triple medevacs. He's getting caught, or is he?
Gerald, he is aware he will get one medevac, two medevacs go down. There's only one medevac left. He cannot load up.
That he cannot. We also have these ghosts looking very, very vulnerable. ByuN kiting back as best he can, but he will lose both of his ghosts.
Yeah, the ghost count, not bad. Sniping those ghosts, chasing down 3 medevacs. It will take some mind shots to the face while only bleeding out zealots. And with that, Gerald, he's now building up a decent army. Now we had 3 disruptors, now 7 disruptors, 7 novas.
So much so that, yeah, Gerald can kind of afford to throw them out!
Oh my God.
Novas do connect! ByuN focusing at the wrong position right there. And just like that, the tide is starting to turn in Gerald's favor.
Yeah, again, he's got all the balls. He's got 7. Oh no, another nova goes off. Another massive connection here. The splits are not there for ByuN.
Yeah, just way too slow there. Too stim. He's getting punished for it massively. Now he's starting to pre-split.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid, trying to target down. He does get 1 disruptor there. Nice target firing out of ByuN. He gets another disruptor as well. Once again, good target firing, but he's trying to build up his Viking count, sorry, his Liberator count once again. Storm does zone away, and Gerald has had a couple of good fights.
Yeah, he's definitely managed to bloody ByuN quite a bit, and obviously ByuN, he's also working with a weaker economy than Gerald has right now, so Gerald can afford a loss here and there, but if he loses 1 too many High Templar, 1 too many disruptors, that's going to be difficult. Not quick enough on the repair. These DTs are having an absolute field day.
We've seen this before. DTs, they probably hit down a full planetary. Another Nova almost connects with those ghosts as well. ByuN, he has to be careful. He has to tread lightly here as he's losing bases, losing mineral lines. 13 probes do go down, and here come more Novas.
Good pre-split coming out from ByuN though. And once again, you know, Gerald, he might not be trading as efficiently as he would like to, but he has the economic advantage. He is looking to win the longer game.
Yeah, exactly. I would argue that he has too many probes. He's oversaturated. He has 95 workers. That's hurting him.
He can afford to lose 50 of them.
You're not wrong. Not wrong. He's a massive blink. DTs are going to be popping up here on top of the ghost. More Liberators going to be going down, and Gerald is catching ByuN out of position.
Yeah, ByuN, he's got the army advantage, but they, like you said, just not in a position to actually deal with this army. He will finally be able to flank them. But ByuN, he's losing so much to win this battle.
Yeah, exactly. ByuN, he will clean this up, but another CC goes down. Thankfully, he has a 3rd orbital here to land on location. ByuN, he's barely holding on, barely maintaining himself. Meanwhile, we do see that Gerald, he does have a bank, but he has to spend his money. He has to spend his money. He has to warp in, checking the production here. 15 gateways, 3 robos. His production is looking solid, but we need those warp ins.
That we do, and sooner rather than later. There we go, 13 DTs on the way.
Here we go. We have 13 DTs moving out towards the right-hand side. At the same time, Gerald, he does go for that base once again. He wants a CC again. He's going to get it.
And he will get it, yeah. Just too weak. ByuN forced to pull back his army. He wanted to go for the counterattack. But now he's forced to counter defend. Repair, Papi!
He does.
Somehow that CC survives.
He repairs the base,
but
at the same time,
close.
DTs, they run into Liberators as well. They don't really find too much damage here. This wasn't quite worth it, but there we go. 2 tanks going to be going down. ByuN, he breaks out. Supplies are still neck and neck. Gerald has a bank, but again, he has to spend his money.
I was gonna dispute you on the supplies being neck and neck because it looks like ByuN has the advantage. But keep in mind, ByuN currently has 8 medevacs out on the map.
Yeah, 8 medevacs here.
A bit of friendly fire there.
A bit of friendly fire. Zelsa collapse on those ghosts. These are expensive losses for ByuN. DTs, they blink in. Oh my god.
Oh, avoiding the EMPs with that blink.
He avoids, but alas, massive pickups here. The medevacs go down, the ghosts go down. Disruptors are going to get picked up. We do see Gerald, he does overextend for a moment here, but ByuN, he is at death's door. He has lost far too much. He is down to how many? Down to 1 ghost. That's the final ghost. Oh, no.
Can't afford to rebuild anything. The final ghost does go down. And with that, it's all these medevacs and marauders that
Oh,
ByuN
yeah.
has to work with. Look at that bank difference.
Exactly, the bank is there for Gerald. He can still rebuild, he can still keep this going again. The 99 probes, by the way. God damn it, Gerald. God damn it. But hey, it's working. He's pulling it off.
Yeah. He doesn't need that big of an army, you know?
Yeah, it's fine. Copium. As the boys are being pulled, one final stand here for ByuN, trying to hold on, but again, he's lost far too much over the course of this game. Does not have the economy to sustain himself, not anymore. He's down to 0 ghosts. He will hold on for now, but 11 SCVs do fall.
Yeah, ByuN trading as efficiently as he can, but the fact of the matter is every loss here for ByuN is going to hurt way more than it hurts Gerald.
It really is, as another Nova does look to graze the army, going for the CC for a full-time Novas. They are not connecting. Nice target firing out of ByuN.
Yeah, very nice trade here, but alas, the CC goes down, and that was really the main objective that Gerald had.
Oh my god.
That Nova will connect.
Yeah, the Nova connects when it matters most here as Gerald, he pushes on forward. Liberation has arrived, and Liberators, they will defend. They will protect the natural at least, but the natural does not matter. Gerald, he takes down the 5th base. Now he's going for the 3rd.
Yeah, this is a base that actually has some mining on it, so much more valuable base as far as ByuN and Gerald are concerned.
Yeah, exactly. 16 SCVs go down. Another Nova does connect. Liberators, they will protect this base. They will clean up all these zealots. But again, these are still better trades from Gerald to ByuN, down to one final mining base.
Pretty much. Very important to have the Liberators here.
And ByuN has everything else. Sorry, Gerald has everything else. Gerald, he is mass expanding, taking top left, taking bottom right, still maintaining a superior economy. And Gerald, he's already remaxed.
Just like so. Doesn't matter that he's on 99 probes. He is still matching the army supply of ByuN.
He really is. Nice target firing once again on that one disruptor. Gerald, he's working towards Colossus as a transition, but he needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, we have Mass Archon waddling in.
Yeah, Master Archon waddling in, taking out CCs. How cool would it be if High Templar could feed back buildings?
That'd be crazy. Oh my god. As thankfully they cannot, as we do have storms here on the ByuN army. Liberators to get called out. Oh my god, and a massive storm once again.
Connecting with every single
god.
bit of bio. This is the end.
Yeah, as Gerald, he breaks a natural. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will take game number 1, taking a lead in the series.
GG. Nicely done. Very, very close game. A lot of back and forth that we had. But in the end, like we were saying, we get the game going on long enough. We get to a point where there are more than 4 bases being taken. And that's typically where ByuN kind of starts to fall down. Whereas on the flip side, that's usually where Gerald shines more so than a lot of other Protoss players.
For sure, for sure. We mentioned before, we have seen Gerald take it to the late game against players like ByuN, against players like Cure. This is where Gerald is at his best, in that longer game stage with all those bases, with that greater economy, and that is where Gerald did thrive. Meanwhile, we are loading into a bit of a different map. We're going to be loading into Pylon. This map is less defendable than Ultra Love. It is less defendable. It is more open, more spread out bases. It is more difficult to maintain an economy here, so this is where ByuN can bring it back.
Yeah, loading on to a little bit of a different bat file. It's that's usually for editing game dependencies, right?
Sure.
I don't remember. I just remember I had to like install a BAT file for Fallout 4 because to fix the FOV.
Oh no.
I'm not a big software guy, if you can tell.
It's fine.
But regardless, yes, we are going to be loading into game number 2 of our best of 3 semifinals. This time it's going to be on Pylon. LE. LE, of course, standing for Libra Exposition. Libra Exposition. Okay. That's when you go to do your Zodiac and then the person just like expositions. a bunch of lore dumps on you about Libra, the constellation.
There you go.
Libra is the goat, right?
Sure. I don't know any of these are.
I just know my own. That's it.
And the Scorpio
Cancer
is a
is the
scorpion.
Scorpio's the scorpion. Leo's
No,
the lion.
Pisces is the fish.
Pisces is the fish.
Yeah, I know
Gemini is the two guys.
He's the guy that really likes trap. yeah. I know Gemini.
I know Gemini.
Really likes trap.
Yeah.
God.
That's why it's a symbol. It's him and Trap
Yeah.
together.
Beautiful. Intertwined.
They got wings, and that's how you remember them, you know, because it's a wing commander.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Here we are, top left hand corner map, swatting all the way to top left. We of course have our blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He is of course going to be representing Shopify Rebellion. Old mate Toby. We have ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player from Lena, Poland, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald.
Representing that Chihuahua.
Yeah, the Capichuahua.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Here we go, and again, ByuN, I mean, it was a very back and forth game one, right? ByuN, he had a lot of strong moments. I'm still reminded of the EMPs that we saw out of ByuN, where for the first half of the game, I want to say that he was shutting down the storms. I want to say that for the most part, the storms were barely connecting. It was the Novas later on, or I should even say that it was the size of the map as well, where Gerald, even though ByuN was maybe taking some better fights, he wasn't really able to hinder the economy of Gerald when it came to knocking down bases, denying mineral lines. Gerald, his economy did get out of control.
Yeah, I feel like ByuN's the point of that game where ByuN really started to slip into a disadvantage was when he decided to play things safe after he shut down the initial push from Gerald with all those storms. I don't really necessarily blame him. You know, he didn't really have many anchor units, no mines, no liberators or anything like that at that point. But because he decided to play things safe, that gave Gerald a little bit of breathing room. It allowed him to, like you said, expand, get out of control of his economy, eventually have 15 gateways, warp in 13 DTs at a time, and just keep taking out bases.
Yeah, exactly. I remember the moment you're talking about here where ByuN, he was winning these engagements in the center of the map, and then suddenly he did decide to throw down center towers, start working towards the fusion core, towards liberators, and played a more defensive game from there, something more macro oriented, I should say. And that is when Gerald was able to snowball out of control. And we'll see how our players do adjust coming into game number 2. We did mention earlier that Pylon is a very different map. It is less defendable. There are less choke points. There are less bridges here. There are bridges in the center, but again, they're a lot more open, a lot more wide, less of a choke point, and aggression is more favored on Pylon.
Yeah, you can pretty much draw a straight line from one base to the other.
Oh yeah.
And that's your rush path.
For sure. 100%. As we do get the drop into the main base, Widowmine is going to zone away the Stalkers Marines. They go for the middle line, but there's a shield battery position.
So ByuN in the end decides not to. Nope, never mind. It does drop regardless.
Yeah, and Gerald, he doesn't lose anything. He loses a little bit of mining time, but he cleans up the Widowmine, cleans up the Marines, forces back the drop, the Hellions get zoned away, and Gerald, he defends.
Just like so. Not the most committed opening here for ByuN, so it's not like he's super behind, but obviously Gerald could be going into mid-game with an advantage, and he intends to utilize that advantage.
Ooh.
For once more, we see a very early Templar Archives.
Yeah, so third base into not Colossus, once again third base into Charge, into the Forge, into the Templar Archives, into Storm. Again, this is Gerald's go-to in the current meta, is to embrace Storm, and we'll see if he's able to get some better connections this time. As I mentioned before, like ByuN, for the most part, he was keeping up with kind of the Storm portion of game 1.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I have to agree with that. I was going to say there was a little bit of time before ByuN was actually able to get ghosts out on the map, but I think once ByuN saw an energy bar from his opponent, that's when he was like, okay, I need to be careful until I can actually get ghosts out.
100%.
So, yeah.
As ByuN is doing ByuN things, he does get spotted. What I mean by that is no stim. This is a stimless push here out of ByuN. Just vanilla Marines and 2 tanks, and his goal here is to sneak up on the third base so he gets spotted by the hallucination. Oh my god.
Are you sure this isn't SC Evo?
Oh my god. True. True.
That's also his go-to there. Yeah.
Oh my god, as the one Liberator, 7 probe kills in the main base. The tanks are being targeted down, but that's still a lot of economic damage.
Yeah, tank count getting reset is obviously great here for Gerald, but like you mentioned, ByuN is able to once again close the gap and okay, not quite overtake economically.
Oh,
now he's overtaken.
There we go. 14 workers go down. Very nice target firing out of ByuN.
7 times each. Siege up twice. Got 7 kills both times. That's truly a lucky number.
That one Liberator killed 14 workers on its own. That's crazy. That's insane. So very nice damage there by ByuN. Likewise, he breaks out. Gerald, economically, he is hurting. He does run into the army, but alas, his stalkers are low from earlier, and ByuN now this time is that he has stim in a couple of seconds.
Oh, right. And then you said he has stim and a couple of seconds. So I was like, yes, he has a time advantage. But it's like, no, I misheard that.
All good, all good.
Stim finishing up just about now, a couple seconds later.
Yeah, exactly, he breaks through the Zealots. Storm is not ready, by the way. Storm is only halfway done, and ByuN is pushing through, just reinforcing across the map. Breaks through the Zealots, getting on top of the Stalkers, at least trying to, but Gerald, he's buying time. Pulls back.
Yeah, he's buying a lot of time. Just about enough, perhaps, for Storm to finish up. ByuN, despite not facing any AoE, despite not facing splash damage, still did take a lot of losses. Really good zoning from Gerald, utilizing those force fields.
Yeah, it does utilize those force fields here. Meanwhile, a Storm is now complete. Storms are ready, and this time there are no ghosts, there's no EMPs, and Gerald, he might be able to hold on. He's down in supply, but with Storms, he can make up for that.
Very much so. I'm liking this move from Gerald. So ByuN, obviously not in a position to really push in right now. He is going for drops and whatnot. So Gerald, he notices where ByuN's army is at, gets a 4th base on... That's not technically a ninja base. I think that's where you technically can be counted as a 4th. Since there's nothing in between them, but yeah, it's a bit of an unusual 4th base.
It's really isolated, right? Like, it's really far away, really isolated, and here we go. ByuN is just tearing Gerald apart. He's an ice +1, takes out the Forge at the same time, sims in towards the 3rd base. Storm is barely not ready here, but more High Templar coming in. Gerald, he can hold on, but again, he's taking a lot of losses. Ooh.
Yeah, not quite enough energy from this High Templar, but the other Templar will be getting into position. One Storm left in the chamber, but the Templar Archives does go down. No more High Templar going to be able to be warped in here for Gerald.
Yeah, massive pickup. ByuN is just pulling Gerald apart here, getting into the main base, denying the Templar Archives, pushing in once again, gets 8 probe kills. The one plus side is that Gerald, he has kept this base hidden. ByuN is unaware of the 4th expansion, but it may not matter because ByuN, he's not slowing down, and ghosts have arrived.
Yeah, Gerald, he might be able to recall a couple of probes to that Nexus, but like you said, it's at this point, we're looking at 80 army supply versus 30. We do have some juicy Storms, despite the ghosts already out. ByuN, his attention elsewhere for a second.
Yeah, ByuN
pays the price for it. He can't keep up the momentum anymore.
He has to back off. He takes 2 massive Storms to the face, and Gerald, he's barely hanging on. I mean, ByuN, he still has a terrifying army. He still has those ghosts, still has those EMPs, but Gerald doing everything he can to survive and to just buy time to build up his 4th base. He's still not out of the woods yet. Still looking very dicey here for Gerald.
Yeah, trying desperately now to rebuild that Templar Archives. I see the flanking High Templar. But it does get caught out. Huge risky maneuver there from Gerald, but unfortunately didn't quite pay out for him.
Yeah, it did not quite pay off. There's 1 High Templar left, and it's going to be focused out as well. The 0 High Templar remaining. We have more on the way, but ByuN, for the most part, he has done it. He gets well against those Zealots. We have another High Templar coming in. EMP connects!
Yeah, will land, so no more Storms going to be remaining. I will say that for the most part, Gerald's army has been able to avoid a bunch of EMPs, but I guess it doesn't really matter when you have this many stimmed Marines facing down your door.
Yeah, man with gun.
Knocking down your door.
Man with gun. He sims and he wins. He takes out the Soldiers, takes out the Archon, breaks through the High Templar as well. 0 storms remaining. And it looks like ByuN, he has done it. We may see Gerald just buy a little bit more time and hang on for a little bit more, but nah, no short. There's no hanging on from this.
Yeah, we're parade pushing at this point. Behind all of this as well, ByuN is getting a 4th base.
Yeah. Getting a 4th CC, getting into 2-2 upgrades. He does get into the middle and massive mine shots here on the probes. And then Gerald, he's just trying his best to hold on, but GG gets called and ByuN, he ties up the series 1-1.
GG. That's more of the ByuN that I'm familiar with. You know, no playing it safe, no being careful. Once we got stim, once we got a 2nd base, non-stop push.
Yeah, there we go. GG, well played with that. ByuN, he breaks on through. He is able to overwhelm Gerald. Again, Gerald just having a harder time at maintaining his bases, keeping up. Again, it was just brutal damage from the Liberator at the start of the game as well, just crippling the economy, and ByuN just kept up that momentum. This time he did not slow down.
Yeah. With old age, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. That's why they say, you know, when you, what's the thing? Inertia.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worst thing. That's why when you keep going, you have to just, that's why when you go, you have to keep going. If you suddenly stop, if you suddenly stop, then it's whiplash. So you just got to keep going until you're able to slow down.
Yeah, you just don't stop.
Gradually. That's science. Anyway, we're going to be loading into our 8th match here of our upper top semi-finals. The winner of this one final map will be making it on through to the finals. It's all coming down to ley lines. We're over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing Shopify Rebellion. We have ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Here we go, and ByuN, so, this time he does shake things up. He does open up with what looks to be an attempted eBay block.
I love to see it, but we already have the probe here in position. No, just a little bit too far away, but yeah, I don't think the eBay is going to be too much of a bother at this point.
Yeah. Again, as you mentioned, really early scout out of Gerald, and with that he pulls 5 probes. He will deny this, and he will not be forced to take the unnatural natural.
Yeah. You're forced to cancel very, very early, which is ideal.
Yeah, we are settling in again. We made it to the ace match, Jack. We made it.
Yeah, and I can see the Polish fans coming out in full force. Yeah, I don't blame you guys.
Yes. Siema.
Ciasta. Ciasteczka.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Dzień dobry.
Yes. Dzień dobry. As we are going to be settling in again, Gerald, he's able to deny the initial eBay block and get into his own opener. Something that we can say with certainty is most likely Gerald is going to play into Storm once again, into High Templar. But we'll see how aggressive ByuN is going to be this time. Last game he did mix in a Liberator, but this time I'm sure Gerald is going to be a little more prepared for said Liberator harass.
Let's hope so. Yeah. It's not too common nowadays, I think, to see Liberator harass in TVP or in PvT. So, yeah, that definitely caught Gerald off guard in game number 2 in that previous games. But now that he's aware, now that some of the kinks have been worked out of the system, perhaps I think he should be a little bit more wary. He's gonna have one eye open.
There you go.
At that corner of his base.
Beautiful. I see someone's asking for a Polish intro. That's not gonna happen. That's
really?
Nah. I'm putting my foot. That's not gonna happen. No, you know, you nothing.
I mean,
What are you trying to say? You're like, oh, I know a word here or there, here or there. I did
feasible.
I did
you know?
Duolingo 3 years ago of Polish. I know some words.
It's actually 6 years ago.
God damn it. Este jako. Ay, ay, ay.
And pomodoro, apple.
Yeah? Yeah, I wonder what that is.
Ciasteczka. There's that one phrase I hear a lot on the internet by Polish people, but I think I'm not allowed to say it
you shouldn't say
on stream.
No. Oh, no. So here we go. We do have our initial 1-1-1 setup here. This time going for a double Widow Mine drop. He's not committing with the Marines. We have Marines on the ground, Widow Mines in the air, and the mine drop is spotted by the hallucination.
Yeah, so once again, Gerald just kind of getting into position with these stalkers. Going for a little bit of an earlier blink this time compared to the previous games. If my memory serves correct, but eventually we'll get to see that Templar Archives again.
Yeah, 100%. There's no shot we play Colossus as an opener, as this Widow Mine is taking actually quite some time. One Stalker goes down. Not a bad pick off there for the Widow Mine, as Gerald goes back to mining. Behind this, getting his third base up and running. When it comes to the opener, we had a 2-gate blink opener into a third. A very economic build here by Gerald, very greedy. And ByuN across the map is building up into early tank production.
That is even more of a rarity nowadays, I feel, in TVP, but I guess ByuN kind of confirmed the stalker count, and he's banking on not having to deal with as many charge lots early on.
I mean, he might do the same opener he went for last game, if you remember the follow-up, I should say, where he went for the stimulus push, right? He went for the stimulus tank push. We might see that again as the second tank is arriving. Hallucination does get eyes on that tank, and Gerald, he goes into the main. Stim! Oh, he wants it!
And he's gonna get it, but you know, this was meant to be a stimless timing anyway, right?
True.
So copium.
Yeah, ByuN, he likes it. The tank gets spotted. ByuN, he bounces across the map. As you mentioned, stimulus push out of ByuN. We went for the same move out here in game number 2, and we'll see if we can pull this off. We can see Gerald coming in from behind. He wants that tank.
Yeah, Stalker's coming in. Of course, the Marines are pretty close by. A little bit isolated right now. The tank now in a lot of trouble getting it from the back and getting it from the front. Tank will go down.
Yeah, the tank does fall, but here we go. A second tank does arrive to reinforce, and ByuN, he might still have enough here. The Marines, they do a great job buffering. The second tank is getting within range.
Yeah, auto turrets definitely adding in, soaking up a little bit of damage. We have 10 probes going down, and the medevac from earlier, it survived, so now it's coming in and providing a little bit of extra support.
Yeah, it is providing support. The base is under fire. It's going to be falling as well. We have Zealots trickling in. We try to collapse on the army, but it looks like ByuN has too much. Stim might not be done, but he does not need Stim. Who needs Stim when you have tanks, when you have man with gun?
Yeah. Real man with gun don't use drugs, question mark guy.
True. I mean, he breaks the third.
Real man with gun don't need stim.
Yes, he breaks the third base, breaks the expansion. Gerald now down to 2 bases. Bearing in mind, this is a 2-gate blink opener into a third base. The entire purpose of this build was to rush into a faster third, and he loses it.
Yeah. Gerald, he was sacrificing a lot of his tech and a lot of his army to get a stronger economy early on, and that one advantage that he was banking on is now null and void. Look at that army supply difference.
Yeah, that is brutal here. And you can see ByuN is rotating. He's checking. He's looking for a third base. That's his only goal, is to deny the third. Behind this, getting his own third base up and running, getting to stim, combat shields +1. The upgrades are banking up here for ByuN, and there's nothing rushing him to push into the natural.
Yeah, he's just going to be waiting for Stim to finish up. Combat Shield as well. +1 has already finished. He's even getting Ghost Academy proactively. I think he doesn't need it yet, but he's well aware that he's going to need it soon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is well aware, so he's just getting ready for the eventual Storm. Storm, as you mentioned, is on the horizon for Gerald. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that he was going to be going to Storm, neither in ByuN's mind either. That's why he's already getting ready for it.
Yeah, and once again, going to be going into the third base. The forward position that Gerald tried to go for over there in the north does get scouted.
Yeah, it does get scouted. Gerald, he misses the main army as well. The Storm's out of position. The third base is going to be denied for another time, or for a second time, and now Gerald is going for the base trade. He's going for one big counterattack here, but just doesn't really have much to work with. He has a little Storms, but not much else. Yeah,
and the reinforcements here for ByuN are already proving to be a little bit of a difficult barrier here for Gerald. ByuN, he wants to flank this. He wants to completely surround and sandwich his army. Once again, those High Templar.
Oh. And once again, the High Templar, they come in, they pop up some of those Storms, but the splits here from Gerald, from ByuN, he barely takes any damage.
Barely takes any damage. The auto turret's even zoning away some of those High Templar. And once again, look at that army supply difference. 74 for ByuN, 10 for Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald, he's barely warping in, trying to warp in whatever he can. The High Templar, they pop up with their Storms, but again, they barely connect with the army. Now the High Templar goes down, and now ByuN, he's moving in for the kill.
He's moving in for the kill, and Ghost production has just about begun. No, Ghost production began a while ago. He's got Ghosts now.
Oh, no. He does have the Ghost first. EMP does not quite connect, but the second one does graze the army. There's still 2 High Templar. There's still 2 more Storms.
And those were those 2 Storms. I don't know, that was only 1 Storm. We still have 1 remaining, but only 1, and that was it.
Yeah, the only Storm. GG, ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-1, and ByuN will advance on to the grand finals.
Oh boy.
GG. Yeah, GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. A very intense back and forth there. We had moments for Gerald. We had moments for ByuN as well, but in the end, ByuN did overwhelm, did take it, and with that, GG, well played. ByuN is our first finalist of the tournament.
Indeed, he is. And now he's going to be waiting for who his opponent in that best of 5 is going to be. We have another TVP ahead of us here in the semifinals, as Percival has defeated Krystianer 2-1 and will now be facing SKillous for our other semis.
Yeah, GG, well played. I would say that was an upset, by the way. Krystianer, aka Krystianer, we expect him to have some deep runs and some big performances here in these tournaments, but Percival has been looking very in form recently. I don't know if you've been tuning into this most recent podcast, but Percival, he had some big wins last week. Like, he popped off.
Percival was my prediction to make it out of the what's it called? The Wardy thingy this week.
There you go.
Or next week. They still need to see things, but
yeah.
The final group. So yeah, maybe you're surprised. I never doubted. But regardless, we are going to be kicking off our second semifinals of the evening here on Torches. LE. LE, of course, standing for Lozenge Extra. Lozenge Extra. That's when you get a strip of what's meant to be 15, or not a strip, but like a bottle. Not a bottle, but like a, like a packet. Like one of those packets.
Yeah.
The not prescription ones. That you can eat less candy. Like Ricola. Those kinds. And that's when it's meant to be like 15 in the little box. That looks like a little box in there, but when you take them all out, you count 16. So that's the extra lozenge. Yes, I did need to go that in depth with my explanation of what a lozenge extra is, of what an extra lozenge is. Here on the top right-hand corner of the map. It's funny. I just want to make sure that people all clear.
Yeah.
What I meant,
They're on the same page.
Top right-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss player currently playing from the attic of Nazgul's house. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid. We have SKillous.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing, there's a lot going on here. Kirktown, but also Super Team. He's currently teamless. It is Percival. We go. As again, Percival, he has made his return. That was back in, I want to say, November of last year. So great to see him back. And again, Percival specifically in GSL and in recent online tournaments has been popping off, taking down some big names. And even already here in this tournament as well, taking down Krystianer. Crazy performance.
Crazy indeed. It's, yeah, going to be a very tough semifinals to call, I think, between SKillous and Percival. I feel like the favorite here is definitely going to be SKillous, and especially with ByuN waiting in the finals, the two of them have a little bit of a rivalry in the Tuna Cup, so I'm sure that's a little bit of extra motivation here for SKillous. But like you said, Percival is just a very recent wild card that I don't think we can discount so easily.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like right now, Percival, he is peaking in skill, so he is one that, I mean, he's already made a deep run already. We'll see if he can make a deeper run as well. Meanwhile, SKillous mixing things up. We're going for a Stargate opener.
Okay, we saw him do this in the final game versus Nicoract earlier today. Yeah, versus Nicoract earlier today. So we'll see what he has planned this time, if it's once again going to be a Phoenix opener, or if he is going to opt for Oracles.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on SKillous. Bearing in mind, welcome one to Torches. I believe this is the first time we're featuring this map here in today's broadcast against Rise.
I think Rise. Yeah, Rise versus SKillous earlier.
Yeah, and again, this map is much more aggressive, much more assertive. Shorter rush distance by air, shorter rush distance by ground. We've got the healing pad. This one is uncontained and unchained, as there is no blockers here on that healing pad. Likewise, goal bases as well. So we'll see how aggressive our players are going to be as the Phoenix is revealed, and Percival is now aware of the Stargate opener.
Just like so, yeah. He knows it's not a Haluk.
He's where there is no Haluk. Meanwhile, goes further into the main base. Is going to be cleaned up. Behind this, Percival is going to be following this up with a 3-1-1 setup here. Interesting, also going for his own drop, but he has to be very careful. He's now where there are Phoenixes. It's not going to be too easy to get across, but he does hide behind the statue.
That medevac just clipped through.
Yeah. He's inside the statue. Let's go.
And now it's clipping out.
Yeah. As here we go, the medevac does move out. Meanwhile, the Phoenixes, they do head into the mineral lands here, and they get a full scout of the production at least. They will be able to delay that eBay.
Yeah, only slightly. No, the friendly fire on the supply depot. Well, Percival recognizes and is able to pull away in time. Phoenix shouldn't be able to take out this medevac on its own, but that's why his friends are coming down to help.
Yeah, I mean, this is why these Widowmine openers against Phoenixes are ideal for the Protoss, as they will completely shut this down. The medevac cannot escape, and with that, he shuts down the initial drop play.
Just like so. And also a bit more of a committed drop here from Percival. 2 Widowmines.
Yeah, 2 Widowmines.
So definitely not an ideal start here for our red Terran player.
For sure. Not ideal. Meanwhile, we do have a more traditional army setup from SKillous, going into a Robo, into Immortal production, most likely in towards Colossus.
Yeah, gonna be absolutely ideal for shutting down this bio push that Percival, or that SKillous is well aware that Percival is going for.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is pretty also, it's Phoenix Colossus. Phoenix Colossus here. This was all the craze a couple of years ago in the early EPT era of StarCraft. Did fall by the wayside in more recent years, but now SKillous is bringing it back.
Oh, well, no, I would say before that, before the EPT era, Protoss players were like experimenting with Phoenix Colossus. You had a couple of players who were like insisting, guys, this is a good composition. Trust me. But it took until the EPT era for it to actually become meta.
Yeah, it was very mainstream, and we do see Percival looking for another way in. This is really risky play out of Percival. He's trying to avoid these Phoenixes. He's trying to thread the needle and get past the army. We'll see if he can, as he does unload it. Does for the Phoenixes. They spot him.
Yeah, who spots whomst?
I believe that is the
That's really the question here.
Vernacular, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Percival, he drops back over.
Spots whom?
As he does unload, going for the Colossus. SKillous doesn't react in time. Oh!
Is able to pull his Colossus back. That was a little worrisome for a second. They were looking very, very exposed. Now, not so much anymore.
Yeah, it does bleed out the Immortal though, so still a valuable pick off there for Percival. Takes out the Immortal, but as you mentioned, now we have 2, soon to be 3 Colossi. SKillous, he should be perfectly fine here when it comes to a head-on fight, when it comes to a head-on assault. Meanwhile, Percival goes for the Dream Drop.
Yeah, opting to kind of shut out this army from the main base at the very least. Gonna be borrowing the Widow Mines.
Yeah, the mines are borrowed. Mines just going off here on the Gateway Army. Marines, they do stim into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Deep power some of these gateways. And does get 4 workers so far. He wants more. Oh.
Yeah, Percival, his attention elsewhere for a second, but now finally he is able to pounce right on top of those workers. We also have another little drop kind of waddling by, trying to get whatever it can get done. Mostly Marauders left in this Terran army.
Yeah.
And that's why they're actually able to go toe-to-toe with the Colossus. There's nothing else on the ground here for SKillous.
He's pulling him apart. Colossus goes down. Mineral line as well. 21 probe kills, and there's nothing to prevent this mineral line. There's one Colossus coming in, but Percival, he will catch out another Colossus. Massive pick off.
And I guess this is kind of why we don't see Phoenix Colossus so much nowadays, right? Because once the Marines have been dealt with, what are those Phoenixes gonna do?
Yeah, again, there's just so little ground support here. There are slow lots warping in, and Souls, they do nothing. Pieces that I have before, they do pick up some of these Widow Mines, but the shot goes off. Phoenixes are falling, and Percival, he has done it. He has broken SKillous.
Yeah, I was gonna say that probe count might be looking all right here for SKillous, but he just doesn't have the production. He does not have the army supply, more importantly. Only a single robo at that point, and yeah, we were still in the early game, so not a lot of gateways. GG is called. Percival can be taking game number 1.
GG, well played. Again, when you go for these Phoenix Colossus styles, you are very vulnerable to early game aggression because, as you mentioned, you just have so little to work with. You have a handful of Colossus, handful of Robo units. You're relying very heavily on the Phoenixes to zone and to stop drop play. But as we saw, Percival, he found a way in. He was able to thread that needle. He was able to bypass those Phoenixes, dropped into the main base, and that was almost game then and there as SKillous was pulled apart. He was forced to push into the ByuN army, and he lost almost everything.
Yeah, that's Torches for you.
Oh yeah.
Very aggressive map.
Very aggressive, and with that, Percival takes the lead. And again, Percival 1 game away from making it to the grand finals here. We mentioned before we were praising Percival for his recent results, and even here as well, it'd be insane if he takes down SKillous 2-0. That'd be an impressive result.
Taking down Krystianer is one thing. Taking out SKillous, especially if he's able to do it 2-0, that would be... I mean, we'll see if it happens still. I believe in SKillous. I believe that this series should at least go all the way to the ace match, but Percival's got so much momentum that it's looking difficult to stop him. Regardless, and we continue our series now on ley lines, where we're here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, fighting all the way. In the bottom left, we of course have our blue Protoss player, going to be playing from... What's a level above the attic? The roof of Nazgul's house. Yeah, the roof.
The tree house?
Is it a house? Yeah, tree house. I mean, how big are the trees over there?
It's true.
That's like always the question, right? It could also be at the top of the skyscraper, you know, the penthouse, you know? Or he could live in a blimp.
Yeah.
I think that's the next level. No, that's, yeah, the next level, flyable... Like a mobile team
you mean
house.
Like up? You mean like when you just like get a bunch of balloons
up,
and fly up the house?
Balloons. And they go, yeah, that's exactly it.
Let's go.
That's the next level. And then the level after that is like space, I guess. But yeah. Look, a lot. That's many down the line in the promotion thing. Regardless, he is of course going to be playing for Team Liquid. We have SKillous.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran leading the series 1-0 with hyper-aggressive play. We'll see if he can close this out and claim the series. It is Percival. We go as we load into a much larger map this time. Not the largest by any means. I would say kind of one of the more middle of the road maps, but regardless, it's not going to be as aggressive, as assertive as Torches, and we might see SKillous be able to pull off a bit of a longer and later game here. We'll see if he plays Stargate again. That was a wild move for Torches.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the rationale behind that is. I think really what it was SKillous was feeling very confident in his ability to be aggressive on Torches, and so that's why he went for Phoenix Colossus. But Percival, he's one level ahead. He's one step ahead when it comes to playing aggressive, and we have confirmation. Stargate opening once again here from SKillous, so yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, this is a bold move. Now, what I will say is that this is a better map for Stargate just because it's a larger map, so you can get away with a little bit more. But this is still quite risky here. And as we saw, like if the Terran player is hyper aggressive, if they just hammer down that pedal, they can just overwhelm. So we'll see if SKillous can recover. We'll see if he can keep up. We'll see if he can defend.
Depends. No. I was trying to do alliteration of what you were saying, whereas we'll see if he can defend, and I was going to be like, that depends, but the way I said it sounded more like a swimming pool, a deep end instead of...
I was saying like little deep ends. I was a little bit confused, but yeah, for sure. There we go.
Game paused.
Yep, looks like we're having a little bit of latency once again, so...
Yeah,
a little bit of a pause here.
Hopefully everything's okay. As we mentioned, for those that weren't here at the start of the broadcast, SKillous was having some lag spikes in the Rise series, and looks like maybe some lag spikes once again here. So hopefully that does stabilize as we get into and we further the series. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Trigger in the chat. Baby, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had, I imagine, a ladder session or a tournament stream, and less Osu.
Or Osu.
Regardless, thank you so much. GG. Hope you had a great stream. Great stream.
Yeah. Much obliged.
Yeah, as I believe Trigger may have been streaming his War DCB tournament run.
Oh.
No, sorry, that was yesterday. No, my mistake.
No, well.
Never mind.
He's streaming it again.
But yeah, with that, thank you so much to Trigger, and
wait,
welcome.
Does that mean we can Funara Trigger for not signing up for Tuna Cup?
True, Trigger. Where was Trigger in the Tuna Cup? What's going on? Where was my Trigger? I'm shaking my head. God damn it. But welcome one and all. This is the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Of course, this is our weekly open tournament. Yep. Open to all shapes, all sizes. We are in the semifinals. ByuN is waiting in the grand final for the winner of the series, and currently Percival is up 1-0. Again, a crazy upset here. I mean, I would say if we were to bring down SKillous, but I'm hoping for an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, I'm hoping for a back and forth, but the pressure is on our Protoss.
Absolutely, especially with the latency.
Game resumed.
I assume it's latency anyway. Yeah. He actually didn't tell us what it was for this time, but you don't know. You can make an educated assumption.
Maybe his cappuccino, right?
True. He had to pull his dog out.
Yeah.
Of the sauce.
There you go.
It's a reference to, who was it earlier?
Gerald.
Not Nicoract, yeah, Gerald's clan decal.
Yeah. Sal. Old mate Sal.
Old mate Sal.
As we are going to be settling in once again, Percival does open up with a Wintermine drop. We'll see if he's a little bit more successful this time. If you recall, last time he was completely shut down by the Phoenixes. We'll see if Skills can pull that off again, as he is once again embracing that Phoenix production.
Yeah, being a little bit more aggressive this time, banking them up before going across the map, so looking to get some economic damage.
As he does zip into the bases, will threaten the middle line. SCV's going to be going down. He gets one. He's looking for two. At the same time, though, the Phoenixes are across the map, which means they're not at home to defend, and the water line drop is looking to boost in.
Just like so. No units in position right now. So it's going to be very much so on how quickly SKillous can pull away.
The bait.
Bait?
Okay, Percival, he does set up the Widow Mines here underneath the medevac. He's assuming that he can catch him, but the Phoenixes are still across the map, though. I like that. They're not
Yeah,
around.
the thing is, he hasn't revealed his hand yet,
Yeah,
so...
Up.
SKillous is unaware of those Widow Mines! Oh, very, very close pull away. Percival will be able to take out a probe as well as a sentry, so pretty good damage overall. Actually, 2 probes and a sentry, so actually pretty good damage overall.
Yeah, is good damage. He's going to try to escape, try to get away, but again, SKillous, he is on the hunt. He does race back home. Now, as he races back home to defend against these Widow Mines, here comes Percival. He breaks out. He does break out from his contain, does pump out some tanks, some Vikings as well. This is going to be initially a stimulus push, but this is all spotted by the Observer.
This is kind of what ByuN was looking to do in his series earlier on. Sorry about those Terran players, but yeah, like you were saying, it was scouted, so SKillous very much prepared. He's got his Stalkers in position. He's looking for an opening to just pick up those tanks and take him out. Immortal production, actually, not Colossus this time.
Yeah, really safe play, just because you can make Immortals earlier on in the tech path without the base. So really safe, really early Immortal production here out of Skills. They're designed to focus down those tanks. The Observer Skillous does get eyes on the main army. He sees everything he needs to, and so far Percival, he does not get eyes. He does not notice the shimmer of the Observer.
That he does not. Not going to be able to take him out. I mean, this is still a pretty scary Terran army, but with the proper positioning, I think SKillous doesn't really have too much to worry about.
As Percival, he is moving out again. He's got his 3 tanks. SKillous trying to buy more time here, working towards the Templar Archives, working towards Archons, working towards Storm, but Percival, he's moving in. Again, this is still a terrifying force.
Yeah, Percival not quite able to find his opening yet, and yeah, actually going to pull away, but again, this got scouted, so SKillous just getting ready. He's looking to see if there's any stray tank that's out of position, anything that he can pick off.
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, SKillous, he sees the pullback here. Meanwhile, he pulls back to pull the boys. Let's go! The Phoenixes are out of position.
And they're not going to be able to pick anything off anyway. The boys are not here.
Yeah, the boys are not here, and here we go. It's all or nothing, and now the Observer does confirm the all-in is coming his way. Phoenixes, they do catch some reinforcements. Back at home, there are 2 Archons, but that's a hefty amount of pile on the ground, and Percival, he's committed. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, he needs it's do or die. He has to go. We have 4 tanks, and that's absolutely terrifying. SCVs need to get into the front. Really good force field here from SKillous.
Yeah, does force field, does slow Percival down. Percival, again, he's taking a lot of time here to push up this ramp, and with that SKillous, he has more time to warping in more zealots, warping in more gateway units, and he's setting up and getting ready for surround.
Just like so, yeah, ByuN not in position to really defend these tanks against these zealots. It might not matter so much in the end, though.
Yeah. As SKillous, he doesn't commit. He bleeds out a lot of zealots. The tanks, they survive. We get a mass repair as well. Once again, the tanks are exposed. Then we go 1 more tank goes down. He's down to 3, down to 2 tanks.
Yeah, which might just about be enough, but Percival still needs to be very, very careful as to how he engages his army and how quickly he's able to engage his army. Every second that ticks on is more mining, more production, more units out here for SKillous, and I think SKillous has just about done it.
Yeah, he has held. He shuts down the all-in. He catches reinforcements. Tanks are exposed. GG, and SKillous, he ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match.
Here we go. Whew.
Hi. Getting a very intense game, very intense back and forth. As we did see, Percival, he did commit, he did pull the boys. Unfortunately for Percival's skills, he saw everything. He saw everything he needed to. He did a great job at delaying some reinforcements, picking off tanks, picking off marauders. And Percival, he had a really hard time pushing up that ramp, really hard time committing and getting within range of the third.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the vision, right, of SKillous. He spotted everything with his observer. He was able to be so proactive and able to make sure that he had everything he needed to get in position. He was able to get in position.
That's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Couldn't put it better myself. Yeah. There you go. Beautiful. As from here, we're getting ready for the ace match. Game number 3 is going to be on Tokamak. We go from some of these smaller maps now to one of the larger maps in the map. Well, not the largest. Maganatha does hold that title, but I would say second largest map, very defendable as well. We'll see. We'll see if Percival can pull off the aggression that he has been so far on Tokamak.
Yeah. Fairly small, but wait, no. Yeah, no, never mind. Fairly big.
Yeah.
But doesn't wind or snake around as much. But yeah, we'll see how this goes as we spawn into Tokamak LE for our ace match. Winner of this one final map is going to be moving forward to face ByuN in those grand finals. LE, of course, standing for Laser Eyes. Laser Eyes. That's Superman. So
yeah.
No explanation needed. Here in the top right hand corner of the map, spotting all the way to the top right.
Summers.
Of course, have our Scott's Cyclops. You know, it's a pretty common thing. Now I think about it. It's Invincible? No, I don't think Invincible does.
Nah.
Anyway, top right hand corner of the map, spotting all the way to the top right. We, of course, have our blue Protoss player coming down from the... where did they go in up? I think they went to, like, the Amazon?
To the moon.
To the moon? No, that's Despicable Me.
Okay.
They went to the moon. They went to, like, the Amazon or something in up. So, that's my headcanon anyway. The reason why SKillous has latency... His house is being lifted by balloons. He's going over to South America as we speak. So
Brazil.
That's why the latency. Brazil, exactly. He's representing Team Liquid. We have SKillous.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. Being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back. We'll see if he can bring it home here and cause that upset, make it to the finals. It is Percival.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can make any predictions right now. Like, I'm waiting with bated breath. I think both of these players have really proven that they both have they both really deserve to make it to the finals, but only one of them can. Only one of them can.
Oh. Only one, and for the first time this series, Twilight Council opener out of SKillous. SKillous going for something more standard this time, not being anywhere near as chaotic, and this is going to be a bit of a more secure way to be defensive as well. Bearing in mind that Percival has been hyper aggressive this series, basically 2 base all-ins all around. Game 1 and Game 2 has been able to break SKillous at times, but SKillous, he's slowly adapting to his opponent.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. Well aware now that Percival, at least in this series, is looking to be as aggressive as possible. So SKillous, he's willing to meet that in kind. He is willing to dance. He is willing to be defensive.
That he is, and again, we'll see if he can bring it back as well. I mean, momentum is on SKillous' side for now. How many gateways? He does have Blink. He does have a second gateway on the way. This could just be 2-gate Blink out of SKillous. We'll see if he throws down extra gateways if he's a little bit more defensive or a little bit more aggressive.
As so far, it is going to be a Robo Bay or Robo Facility. It does indicate a bit more of a defensive posture coming out here from SKillous, but He's still got options. We have seen him many times in his series versus Nicoract, and I think even in his series versus Rise, he did like going for some early blink aggression.
Oh yeah, as Blink is on the way, and we do have 3 gates in total. So 3-gate Blink out of SKillous, a very safe play from our Protoss player. And likewise, we do have Percival actually opening up and pushing very early on here. Jesus, he's going for the early Cyclone push. Remember, no stim. This is way too early for stim. This is an early move out here, and Percival is going for the base, is going for the natural. SKillous does spot this.
I like how so far in this series, after every game, SKillous gets more defensive and Percival gets more aggressive.
He does. And here we go. No safety shield battery. No shield battery. One stalker goes down. Boys are being pulled. A second stalker almost goes down as well. SKillous, he's in trouble. Oh.
Did you see that body block with the probe? It actually broke the lock on a Cyclone. It was pretty sick. Yeah, 10 probes are starting to fall. And 1 stalker does go down. Blink did finish up, so this gives SKillous a lot more maneuverability. But Percival, he is not really looking to fight. He just wants to clear out as many probes as he can. Gets another 3. Gets another 3. 13 probes.
Yeah.
Percival takes the lead.
Good damage. 13 workers go down. Fun fact, that move that may have ended the game if it was a Stargate opener. If there were less stalkers, if it was a Phoenixes instead, that would have been a really tough hold there for SKillous. So Percival, he was trying to blind counter Stargate. Despite that, did a lot of damage. Despite that, to kill 13 workers, and Percival does take a worker lead.
Pretty strong one as well. When you're up 5 SCVs and you have double orbital commands, you have the ability to throw down mules. This is... I mean, we can see it in the production right now, right? Percival is able to start throwing down extra barracks, but I was just about to say he needs to be very careful not to lose too much to the counter aggression. Already 2 tanks going down.
2 tanks and a Cyclone as well. Massive big ups here from SKillous. From here, he blinks out of the main base, still rallying in towards the natural, still picking up whatever he can. 5 SCVs going to be falling across the map. Probes do fall as well to some, I believe, Autotart harass. I believe there was, sorry, some.
No, I think that was a Viking that landed. Yeah, landed Viking.
Landed Viking across the map does do quite a lot, but SKillous is here to break his opponent again. Now there's 0 tanks.
Now there are 0 tanks. There are a lot of stalkers. 1 tank sieging up into high ground, and the Marines come in just in time to buffer.
Yeah, just in time to buffer, just in time to support Autotart as well, buying some time here. Raven does go down. Nice snipe there from SKillous, and behind this, SKillous is getting ready for an expansion, getting ready for his 3rd base. Still reinforcing those, still building up, still committed on 2 bases, actually.
Oh. Yeah, SKillous and Percival, they're both bleeding a lot, but SKillous is a lot quicker when it comes to patching up his wounds.
Yeah, exactly. A little quicker. Mass repair on the bunker. Percival, he holds. He holds onto the bunker. He defends back at home, getting just stim. Combat shields +1. Percival, he is stabilizing, and SKillous now forced to expand.
Just like so. Stim on the way, slowly but surely. We don't really have much starport production right now.
Exactly, there's not much there when it comes to supporting this bio army right now. 1 bunker goes down, but there's a 2nd bunker now ready, and SKillous is just trying to find whatever damage he can get. These stalkers are so incredibly low. He's been so efficient with his blinks, just saving whatever he can. 1 bad move, though, 1 wrong move, and he will lose everything.
Look at how red they are. Yeah. That's, what, 2 tank volleys with full shields?
Oh, God.
1 tank volley already landing.
Yeah. Tank volley goes up. 3 stalkers go down. Meanwhile, SKillous does drop into the main base. We'll try to disrupt some of the economy.
Yeah, slows down production of a couple of these barracks, but not much beyond that. Stim about to finish up. +1 about to finish up as well, and now we have medevac. So I was gonna say Percival's looking to move out, but he's actually opting for the drop, which will get intercepted.
It does go for the draw. No, the full medevac. Oh my god.
Full medevac goes down. Stalkers will fall, but well worth it here for SKillous. Not only getting that full medevac worth of units, but also those are the only 2 medevacs that Percival had. He has to wait now for... Okay, it didn't have to wait too long, but he did have to wait a little while for his backup medevac to come out and go for his push.
And here we go. Now this push is that much weaker. As you mentioned, there are less medevacs, there's less mobility with this army as well. Back at home, SKillous, what does he have to work with? He has Charge. Charge is complete. Immortals are pumping out. Just like last game, he's going for safety. Immortals before the Colossus. SKillous just being as safe as possible. Meanwhile, Percival, he breaks out. This time, he does have his upgrades for his bio. He does have Stim, and he's looking to siege up, looking to try to catch out the army.
Yeah, but once again, SKillous. He sees all. He knows all. He is content with allowing Percival to just siege up in the middle of the map and buy himself a bit more time back at home.
Yeah, the MVP Observer. The Observer sees everything, as you mentioned. Percival, he does try to sneak around the edge of the map. Meanwhile, the Prism gets caught by the Viking.
Yeah, forces a recall.
Does force a recall. Meanwhile, SKillous is getting ready for the surround. Zealots, a peel off towards the right-hand side. They're ready to come in from behind.
And we are just about waiting. Tanks are looking very exposed. Bio will be able to come back in to try to take out the Zealots, but yeah, not really here to buffer, and some tanks go down. But we don't need no tanks anymore. Where we're going, we don't need no tanks. Widow Mines are out.
And Mines are out. Brutal force fields. He locks down the Bio army. We do see SKillous trading as best he can. Takes down most of the Marauders. He cleans up all the tanks. He is holding on. He is surviving. He does force Percival back.
Yeah, keeping alive by the very skin of his teeth. Still behind when it comes to the army supply, but once again, Tokamak, huge map. Takes a long time for reinforcements to get from one end to the other.
Exactly. We have these ramps as well. We have these choke points, and SKillous, he is holding onto his side of the map. He does hold, he does defend, and Percival is going to be forced back. We have a 4th CC on the way. We are building up towards a longer game state.
Yeah, I mean, that's Tokamak for you.
Yeah, for the first time this series, right? For the first time this series, we have Percival getting a 4th CC. Meanwhile, Classic, SKillous also getting a 4th base as well. Percival being active, rotating on the right-hand side.
It is usually Classic who gets four bases, isn't it?
Yeah. Also than Hero. As I do see Percival just going for the Doom Drop. Goes into the main.
Yeah, SKillous not at all in position to defend against this. Pylon goes down. Doesn't quite cancel a Warp in, so yeah, this could definitely have been a lot worse for SKillous.
Yeah, he wants that Colossus. SKillous does pull away as this is happening. SKillous, he will clean up this drop, but at the same time, Percival heading towards the 4th base of SKillous. At the same time, Zealot Rambai will distract Percival.
Yeah, we'll distract him, but only for a little while. Is that an EMP? Yeah, that was an EMP. We have Ghost out now. Colossus will fall. And once again, the Bio army, the Gateway army of SKillous, not quite in position to defend. Colossus targeting down the Widow Mines. That actually wastes a little bit of time.
Yeah, it does waste some of that DPS, but it looks like barely. It looks like SKillous, he has enough. He will lose the War Prism, does avoid the mine shots, and he will hold on to the 4th base. Just barely survives.
Just about barely. Percival, once again, doing Percival things. He smells blood in the water, and he wants to keep pushing, but he realizes that's a long trek. That's a long way to go. So, yeah, he's going to be focusing on getting his 4th base up and running. He's content with the damage that he's dealt with, how much he's been able to bleed out from SKillous. So now it's really just more on reinforcing his own army.
Yeah, exactly. As he backs off, gets his 4th base. Both players now on a 4-base economy. SKillous, he needs a 5th, and there we go. He will soon take one. But when it comes to the armies themselves, SKillous doesn't really have too much to work with. He has 1 Colossus, 1 Immortal. The army, I want to say he's still in favor of Percival. But with SKillous, he does split off his forces. He does go for some counterattacks. Oh.
Yeah, these Zealot Rumbais actually cutting out, preventing a lot of these reinforcements from getting to the front lines.
Yeah, exactly. Gets a ghost kill as well. Takes down a couple of Marines, a Marauder, so not bad at all. At the same time, though, we do see Percival. He does actually pull back to just consolidate his forces. Meanwhile, double Robo production, 2nd Robo's on the way. Disruptors are on the horizon for SKillous.
Yeah, starting to diversify his AoE, his splash damage. As, yeah, for right now, we're going to be slowing things down a little bit. Percival, he is still going for these drops. He is still looking to get some skirmishes here and there, but for the most part, he is just looking to macro up, get into a bit of a later game state. SKillous, more than happy to to oblige, is getting his 5th base.
Here we go. Is in that 5th base up and running. Meanwhile, Percival goes for a split push. We have an army towards the left. We have an army towards the right-hand side as well. Percival, he is looking to force his way in. And SKillous is trying to keep up, trying to maintain himself. He is trying to split. And so far, he does split well, though. He's ready.
Yeah. This is a really good splitting of his army that he's got. Focusing mostly on where it needs to be. Interesting move here by Percival. He knows the army is split, so rather than continue with the split push, he decides to reinforce.
Yeah, this second force does rotate over towards the right-hand side, actually now going through the center. It is spotted by the spotter Zealot. SKillous is keeping up with that second army as well. So far, so good, but it comes down to the engage.
Oh, EMP does land on the Disruptor, and really good target firing as well coming out here from Percival. Look at the concave on top of this army.
Dustin 4 takes down the Disruptors at the same time, though reinforcements have arrived. Nova's going to be coming in. The Mind Shots, brutal connection on the Zealots.
Yeah, and so many Vikings as well. Throwing down their volleys onto the Colossus, but they have mostly been dealt with, it seems.
And SKillous, he's holding on. He shuts down the ByuN army, as you mentioned. There's nothing to contest against a Colossus, and SKillous, he will shut down this push.
Barely even needed the shield batteries over there. That's an insane defense here coming out from SKillous.
Yeah, very intense. He had the greater concave. A couple of Novas did connect. As you mentioned, the Viking count gets reset. Colossus, they stand strong.
Yeah, just excellent positioning here from SKillous to hold there.
Oh yeah, and with that, he is holding on. Percival expanding behind this, getting another 5th base, building up his forces once again. But what's scary here is that SKillous' disruptor count, his Colossus count is getting higher and higher here, now getting up to 3 Colossus, making 2 disruptors at a time. Percival looking for another way in, is now incorporating more ghosts, but the Viking count is still a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them.
Yeah.
Which is more than having 1 of them.
True. It's more than
now
0.
He's got 4.
Yeah.
Which is more than 2.
Speaking of, you look at the first Colossus. Oh, never mind. Oh my god.
Yeah, we are seeing some juggling, some excellent juggling coming out here from SKillous, and all of a sudden, I thought we had a pretty strong ByuN army, but actually, they were Zealots. GG is called. SKillous gonna be taking that series 2-1 to face ByuN in those grand finals.
GG.
Oh man.
Oh my god, as you mentioned, a very intense back and forth, very clutch at best of 3 there between SKillous and Percival. We went down to the wire, and I can see a world where Percival could have taken that. And again, I'm very impressed with Percival's play recently. He has been leveling up, he has been looking more terrifying, and that was a very close series.
Yeah, way closer than I think anyone. And I think any of us who really have expected it to be just a couple of weeks ago. If you were to say we're gonna have SKillous versus Percival, I would have thought a 2-0 blowout for SKillous, but Percival able to take a map, and yeah, even able to make the games he lost look pretty well, except for game number 2. Game number 3 was very, very close.
Oh yeah, was very close in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations to SKillous for claiming the series. And with that, we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and SKillous. As vetoes are underway, though, it is raffle time.
Oh, all right, what do I want to use?
Oh no.
You know what? We'll go over this.
Yeah, here
Let me try to balance them.
Here we go. For those that are curious, for those that are wondering, welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We actually do have a random raffle. We have a participation raffle. All the players that competed here tonight, as long as they did not walk over in the first round, they are eligible to earn something a little bit special, 5 USD. Nothing major, just a nice raffle here for the players.
Yeah, it's a little bit special, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. So this week we have 19 players that did sign up, that did check in, and from said 19 players, one of them will walk away a little bit richer.
Yeah. Is this actually being picked up?
No, yeah, it is. Yeah, let's go.
There we go. All right.
And this week the winner is, congratulations to the Swedish Zerg player. Congratulations to Dave Latos.
There we go. Congratulations indeed. Those are my Pringles fans for the drum.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah, Dave Litas, a little bit more of an amateur player, but very, very active in our events, whether it's Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, plays in just about anything he can, and that's definitely appreciated from our side of the as the organizers.
Oh yeah, exactly. So congratulations to Dave Litos. Shout out to the runner-ups to see Nicoract, Roman Demold, Rise, Minizerg, and Gerald. But as you mentioned, Dave Litos, he's more of an amateur player. He I see ByuN in the chat. He's like, why no me? Why?
Why couldn't I win it? Because you're in the finals, ByuN. That I should probably clarify. That's actually not a disqualifier. You can literally win the tournament and also win the raffle, but
you can.
ByuN a little bit greedy, which I guess we kind of expected from him.
For sure. He is joking in the chat, but here we go. We're getting ready for those finals. Again, it is going to be ByuN and SKillous. It is going to be another TVP best of 5 this time, not a best of 3.
Yeah, full 5-game series. So keep that in mind when you place down your prediction.
Oh yeah, here we go. As we're getting ready here for said grand finals. Oh boy, and again, hopefully everything's okay when it comes to any kind of latency issues. Hopefully everything's okay from the side of skills as we can embrace our back and forth. And again, ByuN, he's already struggled, or he's already kind of shown a bit of weakness coming into these finals. It was Gerald who almost even took the series. Gerald, he was very much so a good challenger here to ByuN. ByuN did make it through though, again, thriving and embracing that earlier game aggression.
Yeah. So I feel like we're basically going to see a bit more of an intensified version of ByuN versus Gerald. Well, or a more intensified version of SKillous versus Percival. I mean, I do feel like Percival and ByuN are a little bit more similar, whereas SKillous and Gerald are a little bit more distinct when it comes to playstyles. ByuN and Percival, both very aggressive players.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, as we get into our finals, it's also important to note that Gerald, he's very stylistic when it comes to Storm, right? We mentioned before, right, a little Storm-heavy play from Gerald almost every single game, really. Whereas SKillous, he mixes it up, whether it's going into Colossus or even opening up Phoenix. So SKillous, he's a little bit more diverse in his play, which means there's going to be a little bit more variety and even a little bit more unease between the players when it comes to their play styles and how they approach each other.
Yeah. We enjoyed a little bit here by a special guest, apparently, in the lobby.
God damn it.
You do have Clem popping by, and made a wrong turn in the what's it called, tournament lobby.
Clem, he's playing in Wardy's tournament, and he found his way into our series.
I'm saying, like, a legend coming in here.
God damn it.
We also have the players swapped out a little here. For context, ByuN, he is the lobby host. He swapped himself with Clem. So having Clem v Skillous. Skillous quick in his boots right now. You're like, why?
Yeah, Clem is like, oh, sorry, my bad. For those that are curious, Wardy is hosting a tournament at the same time that Clem is playing in, and Clem, he somehow found his way into our lobby for a different tournament.
We didn't post.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't post the lobby link or anything. And he just joined from
Friendsless.
I guess he joined from Friendsless,
yeah,
but then he joined from Friendsless from somebody who's not in the Wardy tournament.
Yeah.
Look,
so
pro gamers. Here's the secret: pro gamers, they don't read.
And ByuN was like,
they
Clem.
see the button. They see the invite. They click. They see button. They click button.
They only click button. They only click. ByuN, he was like, yo, Clem, play for me. And Skills was like, no, I don't want to play with this guy. No. So best of luck to Clem as he does leave our lobby, and best of luck to him in I believe he's playing against Jumi in a different tournament, so best of luck. But now we have our own best of 5 finals. Let's go.
Indeed, we do, and we're going to be kicking off here on Pylon LE. LE, of course, stands for Lunar Explosion. Lunar Explosion. That's like Majora's Mask.
Ah.
I will
Is
not
that
elaborate. No, because well, no, because at the very beginning of the game, it's like
Sure.
the moon's gonna crash
Yeah,
down
yeah,
into.
yeah. That's how it starts.
It's not Hyrule, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, in like 3 days.
Yeah. It's the dawn of the. I guess this wouldn't be if we're doing the tournament as an analogy for Majora's Mask.
Mhm.
This is like the dawn of the final day. In the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way to the top left, we have a blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing Shopify Rebellion. We have ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss. Ooh, it is SKillous. Oh boy, and again, this is going to be a close one because for those that are curious, we are actually booked to, not cast, but booked to actually help admin and run Uthermal's 2v2 tournament. That is starting up in 40 minutes. So
Wait,
we're going to be cutting it close when it comes to, when I say we, I mean myself and Kuro, not you, Yako, but...
Yeah.
So we're going to be cutting it close there. Kuro is going to be handling things when it comes to the initial adminning of the event, and then I'll be jumping in towards the end, or towards the start once after we wrap up this event. We'll get there.
I had to double check because I could have sworn I thought that tournament starts at like 2 a.m. for me, but no, I misread that. It actually starts at 2200, which is 10 p.m. So yeah, 40 minutes.
Here we go.
We need both players to just rush every game.
Oh, I mean, ByuN is going to be fine. SKillous does play in the 2v2 tournament, though. Like, SKillous, he does play often with Laser. They form Team Liquid as a team. So, yeah, there is going to be a little bit of pressure when it comes to trying to compete in both events. It's up to Skillous if he wants to. From here, though, we do have our 1-1-1 opener out of ByuN. Skillous going for a Twilight Council opener himself.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we don't require any forfeits for either tournament, but yeah, as you were saying, Skillous being a little bit more safe opening up this time, not opting for any Stargate play until he knows that he can get away with it.
Oh yeah, exactly, and we'll see if he can get away with it. For now, we're going to be walling up, but we do have our initial gate opener, 2-gate opener out of Skillous into a faster robo, into a 3rd gateway, so just really safe play. And we saw even previously against Percival, Skillous is willing to make early immortals if need be. Speaking of early immortals, speaking of early aggression, that is a very fast tank going for a tank drop here for ByuN. Oh boy, or early bio drop into tank reinforcements.
Yeah, well, regardless, we're going to see a drop, so...
Yeah, this is very aggressive here from ByuN. We'll see if Skillous is able to keep up and recognize what exactly is going on. ByuN for now going for a split push. He does have Reaper heading towards the left, and he does have the Marine Mine drop on the right.
Yeah, very fond of his drop play is ByuN.
Yep, and before I forget,
Pulling back.
very quickly, predictions are open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Remember, there's a prediction for the entire best of 5 final, so best of luck with your gamble, with your predictions. Mine shot goes off, 2 pros go down so far, and the drop continues into the natural.
Yeah, Stalker's not quite in position to chase this, but Blink did just finish up, so that's just about going to put an end to Skillous' worries when it comes to the drop.
Exactly.
Even though he's satisfied with the damage he's dealt.
Yeah, as ByuN gets some nice damage, he pulls away. Skillous setting up for a 3rd expansion, and ByuN is still building up his forces early on. Now, we saw this previously against Gerald. We saw even Percival embrace this as well. We are expecting ByuN to go for an early, I'm expecting him to go for an early tank push pre-stim. We'll see if he does move out. As ByuN, he is trying to get eyes on the 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, he saw a little bit of movement there earlier. I think he saw the pylon being placed down, but he would prefer to confirm it. He does scout the other third position, so he's aware when he does push, which he should be doing pretty soon, he knows where to actually push.
Exactly, as we just see ByuN pulling away. He's building up his forces, working towards +1, now working towards stim and combat shields. The add-ons are in position, and SKillous back at home. As he mentioned, he's not really one to embrace Storm every game, so he's going for Colossus.
Yeah, kind of his, I wouldn't say his signature unit, but it's definitely what I think of when I think of SKillous' playstyle way back in the day. Very fond of Colossus in all 3 matchups.
In PvP, yeah. when I think of Colossus against Protoss, I still do think of SKillous. He was like one of the only players to really embrace that on a regular basis many years ago at this point. So once again, embracing those Colossus. ByuN still building up back at home. Looks like this time he's being more reasonable, though. This time he is waiting for his upgrades.
Oh, yeah, doesn't want to go stimulus this time! Ooh. As the Raven will get taken out.
It does get taken out. SKillous does bleed out a Stalker towards the end, but still a better trade for SKillous, and that means there is less to worry about, less to harass his bases.
Yeah, all he really needs to worry about right now is just the upcoming push, which will just be from a single location, a single front at this third base.
Exactly. As ByuN, he is now getting his own third SCC. We have a double drop moving out on the right hand side as well. ByuN is being active. Looks like he's keeping his main army at home, and he's going to be, never mind, actually. He does consolidate his forces, moving out with everything.
Huh. Yeah, a bit of an interesting move there. There's a part of me that wants to say that he was looking to bait out this observer with that drop, but I realized, wait a minute. That drop would not have been in vision of that observer anyway, so...
Yeah, and...
I guess he just changed his mind.
You mentioned the observer, right? SKillous, he saw everything. He saw everything moving out. He's here to try to delay the push. Moving in position, and will chip away at the Marines here, but ByuN does him in.
Yeah, he's gonna try to delay this push, but I don't think that's gonna happen right now. Colossus getting a couple of shots in, but so does the tank. And now the gateway buffer is gone. 2 Colossus are out, but one of them very exposed, will get taken out just like so. The Colossus not looking to be in a good position. 1 tank goes down, but the other 2 are sieged up in very strong positions. Flanking Zealots, though, will put an end to that.
This is a shaky defense here by SKillous, by the way. He almost just went down, but as you mentioned, those flanking Zealots are going to be enough. The tanks go down, and SKillous, he does barely hold on. Did cost him a Colossus, but he does hold.
And he still has the backup Colossus, so...
Yeah. Does have that backup, but likewise is going to be reinforcing with the Colossus scan, takes down the Observer. ByuN does hold, and SKillous, he pulls away, he gets the hell out of there. But again, he saves his bases, he maintains the economy, his probes are left untouched, and he will be getting his 4th.
Yeah, we're going into mid-game with SKillous taking a massive advantage.
Ooh. That he does poke forward though, and so far SKillous, he cannot break this expansion. He does nibble away at the army here, but he has to be coming to overextend. Again, these Colossus are exposed. Nice force fields though, very nice force fields.
Yeah, we'll just about split the army in 2, the ground army in 2 anyway. And we still have Stalkers on the ground that are able to keep the Vikings at bay.
Yeah, SKillous playing with fire right now. He doesn't really have much support or much buffer for his Colossus, so he's just pushing on forward on a knife's edge here. At the same time, getting ready for his Zealot run by over towards the natural.
And it's not a whole lot in position, but I think there are a couple of reinforcements on the way. We do have the bunker, but I mean, these are Zealots we're talking about. These are charge lots we're talking about. They can just go around the bunker.
Yeah, they rush past, they get into the mineral line, they get a couple of SCVs. At the same time, we do see ByuN break out. He will take down the first Colossus. Oh, and he will force a recall. Oh, no! Oh my god.
Oh, barely doesn't get the second Colossus. Whew. Very strong concave here from ByuN, but very quick recall here from SKillous.
Yeah, it does recall in time. Very clutch recall as ByuN does break out. But again, SKillous, he has been bleeding out a lot of Colossus. That was already 2 Colossus going down throughout the course of this game. And now he's down to 2. And again, he bleeds out a lot of his support, a lot of his gateway army.
7 health on that Colossus. That's... ouch.
7 HP Colossus, let's go. Backup Colossus on the way. 4th base is getting up and running. SKillous is still maintaining himself. It's still just a really low supply fight or supply game state between the two armies. And we'll see if ByuN can break out. He does have a hefty amount of Vikings.
Yeah, we've mostly just been seeing these little skirmishes back and forth, and both players kind of trading out each other's units. I do think that if we double check the units lost tab, yeah, SKillous has bled out more when it comes to minerals, but it's actually still pretty close.
Yeah, still quite close here. We do see SKillous claiming another expansion, going for the base on the bottom right-hand corner. Likewise, more Vikings are amassing for ByuN, and we'll see what ByuN can accomplish here. Again, he just has a lot of Vikings. Takes down the first Colossus instantly.
Yeah, EMP already prepared. Ghost already prepared, I should say. Colossus are going to go down, and the Bioforce on the ground will clean up everything else. Vikings are going to be landed, and the flanking Zealots, I don't think are going to be enough.
Yeah, they're not enough. They're not enough here. The Vikings, they do play their part here. ByuN, he breaks the main army, breaks the 4th expansion. SKillous, he was defending on knife's edge, and he just barely did not have enough.
GG is called, and ByuN everything game number 1.
GG. A very intense back and forth here. Again, SKillous trying to get away with, in a way, I don't know if I want to say cutting corners, but he was just being really active early on with his Colossus. It was so risky being that active, and in the end he got called out, forced recall, bled out Colossus, and he never really built up much of an army, never really had that support that he needed for those Colossi.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting strategy here from SKillous to, in a way, I think he was looking to contain ByuN on a bit of a low base count, kind of flip the tails on him. That's what ByuN likes to do in TVP, so now SKillous is trying to put that shoe on the other foot, turn the tables, but as you were mentioning, didn't really work out. It took a while for SKillous to really be able to consolidate his forces, and so ByuN was just picking off stray units here and there.
Oh yeah, exactly. SKillous, he was catching strays, and with that, game 1 goes away of ByuN. I do favor aggression on Pylon, and again, ByuN, he was very aggressive here on this map, was able to pull SKillous apart. Speaking of aggression, we have another. Up next, we're loading into Torches for the 3rd time this broadcast.
Yeah, one of the more popular maps in the new pool, which, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but that's why I'm pointing out we're seeing it decently often here. Like, decently.
Well, at least for tonight.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Last Fantasy yet.
No, not at all. No.
But regardless, we are going to be continuing our best of 5. Grand finals here. As you mentioned, we are going to be loading into Torches. LE. LE, of course, standing for Land Excavation. Land Excavation. That's, when you excavate the land. Pretty common. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right. We, of course, have our blue Terran player coming out from the land that hasn't been excavated yet, the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Shopify Rebellion. We have ByuN.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is SKillous. And as we settle into game number 2, a big shout out to Gemini. Gemini GG Mini in the chat tells give us a rate. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, all things Protoss Team League matches. I believe you were covering some of those initial, I believe the group stage did complete. I believe you were covering some of the playoff matches, or the seeding matches, I should say. Yeah, so hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great time, hope the memes went well, and I hope Lorimbo was involved in some way.
I was gonna say, I hope Lorimbo didn't make too many people lose their minds.
Aye. Unfortunately, Yaku, the team, the Cinque do Fromage, they did not make it into the playoffs, unfortunately. Did not make it.
Oof.
It was close, though. It was close.
You know why? But you know what? That means Lorimbo can now cast more.
True, he can cast. He can yell at the players and yell at the chat.
Yeah. He never yells at Gemini though, but
No.
he still has to endure it.
Beautiful.
Gemini still has to endure it.
Oh no. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much again. I hope you had a great time over on the All Things Protoss Team League as we are settling into Game 2 of our grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Again, we do have ByuN with a 1-0 lead, and now we are loading into Tokamak. One of the big features of this map, of course, is short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground. We got gold bases all over the place, and we have the healing pad as well. This one, though, unhindered by any air blockers.
It's actually kind of hard to tell it's a healing pad, if not for the mini map, you know?
Yeah.
That's a horde symbol.
Is that a horde symbol?
It looks like a horde symbol.
Kind of. I think the horde
And when
symbol...
I think healing, when I think healers, I don't think horde.
True. We think medic? Medevac?
Yeah?
Yeah.
We think
Shield
is there a
battery?
healing class in Diablo?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, not in Diablo, but I guess in Heroes there are Diablo heroes who are healers. But
Are there? Nerizim?
Nerizim?
What's the voodoo doctor?
The voodoo?
Yeah.
Nazibo?
Vazibo.
No, he's not a healer. Karazim, the monk.
Uh-huh.
He's a healer.
Ah, there you go. Early cyclone push, by the way. We're breaking through.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. We do rush for the early cyclone. Stalker does go down, but we have plenty of reinforcements. The cyclone is going to be targeted down, and with that, SKillous, he should be able to hold on. Ideally, ByuN wants to head into the mineral line, and he will focus down some lift probes against what he gets 2 probes so far. Oh.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to get a 4th, but 3 probes do go down. Very committed push by ByuN, though, and I don't think he traded well enough to make it worth it.
Well, the scary thing about what ByuN has done as he goes for a second cyclone is that this does delay tank production, so there's going to be less tanks to defend, but because of the terrain, I mean, the main base is pretty secure. Like, blinking into the main from the low ground is not quite possible, so he only has to protect the natural.
Which isn't protected right now. Bunker's still on the way. We have a follow-up drop landing in the main base. Bunker disc finish up, but it is empty, and that's a lot of stalkers knocking down the front door.
Yeah, the tank does siege a little bit too far behind. SKillous does go for the dive, and he will focus on that tank just barely. At the same time, back across the map, looks like SKillous does defend. He does focus on the cyclone, and SKillous defends. He attacks, he gets across the map, busts into the main.
And there's not a whole lot here left to defend. Blink is on cooldown, or was on cooldown for a little while, so it did allow these SCVs to get some body blocking, but other than that, these SCVs are going down. ByuN, he got some good damage across the map with his drops, but yeah, SKillous is reciprocating much harder.
I mean, he punishes, right? He punishes ByuN here as he takes down the tank, takes down 10 SCVs. He will bleed out these stalkers. ByuN will defend, but the advantage that he otherwise would have had is no longer there. SKillous getting away with a 3rd base, building up back at home. SKillous is, for the most part, looking comfortable here. Bled out a lot of stalkers, but there's nothing threatening him. Not now.
Yeah. He's got a lot of breathing room. He is free to grab his 3rd base, as he is doing right now, and he knows he has a lot of time before ByuN pushes across the map with a follow-up.
Yeah, exactly. Does have plenty of time here to himself. ByuN back at home is settling in. Likewise, he has no stim, so he has to wait for his upgrades. He has to wait for his upgrades for stim, combat shields, building up his tank count. Because of the early aggression, ByuN, he is slowed down quite a bit here, and SKillous has a lot of freedom. A lot of freedom.
Yeah. He's going to expand on that freedom by just, well, apart from getting an expansion, also getting an observer to make sure he is aware of how free he is.
Yeah, he rotates over. With this position, he can maybe catch any medevacs, any drop play. There is a Raven in between the bases.
A little far away, though, and there's really no reason for SKillous to suspect it right now.
Yeah, as the Raven actually does find the observer. Not bad.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to take it out with the auto turret. SKillous looking to intercept.
And he will.
ByuN
Oh my god.
just barely unable to keep that Raven alive.
Yeah, ByuN, he was
Couldn't
not
clip
expecting...
into the wall.
Unfortunately not. ByuN, he was not expecting Stalkers to be here in position to be in between the bases, so nice catch there from SKillous. Better trade for the Protoss. Meanwhile, ByuN is gearing up for a third base is now on location. ByuN, he does break out, but against SKillous, he sees all.
MVP Marauders. Observers. Yeah, same amount of, what's it?
Exactly.
Not, what? Syllables, not synonyms.
Yeah, Marauders, Observers, same thing. They both see?
Yeah?
Huh?
Do they know?
Yeah.
Are Marauders blind? Or at least mine are.
Okay. And SKillous,
And
he
still
does
confirms
bypass.
that they're based.
Yeah, he bypassed the main army, delays a third. Cheeky moves here out of SKillous.
Yeah, just a little bit of a slight delay. Sim did finish up for ByuN, so he's looking to chase down these Stalkers as Colossus production for SKillous has commenced.
Yeah, the Colossi on the way. Skill's getting another expansion up and running. SKillous, he's still lacking those power splash damage units, but ByuN is at home, so Skillous, he has time to build up, time to recover. The Observer does confirm the initial move out here from ByuN, and ByuN, he spots the Observer! He wants it!
He wants it. He's gonna get it, but that Observer has already provided SKillous with all the information that he needs.
Yeah, and we can see SKillous moving out to try to meet the army, likewise getting ready for a Zealot run by as well. If ByuN commits, then the Zealot run by will hit the third.
And once again, a very proactive position here coming out from SKillous. We'll see if ByuN is somehow able to find the one route that will allow him to catch SKillous off guard.
And we'll see if he can find the one way across. So we can see SKillous just gaining map control. He has vision everywhere. Spotter probes, spotter zealots, spotter prisms, spotter everything. Still has to replace that Observer, but right now is busy making Colossus.
Yeah. Probably his best bet at the moment. He knows that he doesn't need to be too active on the map, unlike in the previous game.
Yeah, SKillous just getting another expansion, just getting, I will just say, just more comfortable here. ByuN still has potential with his army, but for the most part, he's just stuck teching. We have Vikings on the way, Armory, Ghost Academy as well. Again, it just shows just how committed and how aggressive ByuN was early on, and for that to fall in its face, like, he's just been stuck at home the entire game.
And on 3 bases at that, which is definitely worrisome here for ByuN. Now he's starting to get a 4th base, but I think SKillous is already on 5.
Oh yeah, 5 bases about to be up and running. Here comes a massive warp in. SKillous, he moves out with his with his 2 Colossus, getting 3rd Colossus behind this, and now he's pushing in.
Yeah, going to be able to kill and not cancel that 4th CC, so already a huge pickoff here for SKillous. And once again, he doesn't need to commit to this. He doesn't need to engage. SKillous has already gotten a much better, the much better end of this trade.
Oh yeah, SKillous, he's maxed out. Now trading out some Zealots is still viable here for SKillous. He doesn't want to lose his Colossus or his Stalker, so he can just poke in, trade out Zealots, collapse on the army, force friendly fire, he stims in, and once again he denies the CC, and he's going for the tanks.
Yeah, Ghosts are out, and they do blanket the army with EMPs. Zealots are about to be dealt with. Colossus being juggled, but when they're juggled, that means that they can't actually shoot.
Oh god.
But it seems like SKillous just has way too much Protoss. GG is called, and SKillous can be tying us up 1-1.
GG, well played. SKillous, he does tie up the series. We have a back and forth against SKillous, looking very comfortable in game 1. We saw ByuN commit to early Cyclone aggression and he got shot down. Not just that, but right after the Cyclone aggression, remember SKillous, he counterattacked with Blink Stalkers. He counterattacked and he was able to catch a tank, able to get SCV kills, and again, ByuN, he was punished very hard for the early aggression, and with that, SKillous looking quite comfortable afterwards. So it was a bit of a smoother game from then on forward.
Yeah. This really shows the economic snowball in a way, right? Especially when you are somebody like SKillous, who it does prefer to macro at least a little bit. Being safe, being able to actually get away with your build order is absolutely essential.
exactly. It is that essential here, and we'll see who gains momentum early on this time. I would imagine that ByuN is going to calm down when it comes to cycling pushes. Again, it was just hyper aggression early on, was punished. Now we can just settle down a little bit coming into ley lines, I would assume.
Now I would think it's SKillous' turn to be aggressive.
Ah, okay.
Because we're cutting into 15 minutes before the 2v2 cup, so...
True. True. We are cutting it close here. Regardless, getting into game 3.
Indeed, we are game 3 of our best of 5, just as a gentle reminder. And we're going to continue it here on ley lines. We're in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We have our blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be, well, we'll see how he plays this time, but he's going to be representing Shopify Rebellion, one of the 2 mountain brothers we have, ByuN.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. So we are going to be settling in. Oh, and we'll see what kind of openers we go for. Already, ByuN, he doesn't move out with any kind of E-Ray block or anything like that, so no early game shenanigans. Not here. Not yet.
Not yet.
Also,
this is going to be coming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should have paid more attention to it. Yaku, is that a new background?
Kind of?
Ish? I don't think I've seen it too often.
This is the background I made that one time last year when you were on a plane, and so you told me I had to stream Sparkling Tuna Cup.
Yeah.
So I made it then.
Oh, that's why I haven't seen it before. Let's go.
See it, the sparkles on the tuna.
Yeah, the tunas, they are sparkly. Hold on, I'll show you on stream. I'll show you.
Sparkling.
Beautiful.
On the tunas.
There's no cup though. There are tunas.
Well, that's because I'm the cup.
Okay. I see. That makes sense.
Yeah. They hold it up, and then in the middle.
Beautiful. I appreciate the art. It's very well done. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised that you didn't go like full meme and like make the tunas like a can of Dongwon or something. Like, didn't go full Ryung.
That should be the cup.
There you go.
It's a can.
Speaking of SEL,
they hold up cans of Dongwon.
Yes, they hold up their cans of themselves. God. As ByuN does open up Concussive Shell. Concussive Shell is done, does open up Marauder. This is designed to punish early Stalker or Gateway aggression, or all the Gateway aggression in general here, as we do not see a move out from SKillous. But behind this, what do we have? A 3-rack stim out of ByuN, pulling a bit of a cure.
And so for the second time in this broadcast, I ask, are you sure this isn't SC Evo?
True. 3-rack stim timing StarCraft Evolution. ByuN, okay, calm down, papi. I mean, maybe he has been a little bit influenced. He has been playing a lot of StarCraft Evolution in recent times. It does move out, but the shield battery is done, and SKillous, he will defend, even trying to catch out the first Marauder. Oof.
Yeah, Stalker will push this back. The Sentry just about barely survives. Makes some clutch shield battery placement.
Oh.
Everything dies for ByuN here. Jeez.
Yeah. SKillous loses nothing, by the way. SKillous, he will lose nothing. He maintains the Sentry, the Stalkers, the shield battery as well. Behind this, going for a Stargate opener. This time, for the first time, Stargate, non-defeating Stargate into Oracle.
I think that's the first time we've seen Oracle play coming out from SKillous, right? Well, I think versus Rise, he opened up Oracle play once, but apart from that, that was obviously a PvP as well. It's mostly just been Phoenix play from all of these Stargates, obviously with the energy overcharge ability. Oracles are a little bit more powerful nowadays, and Oracle openings, I should say, are a little bit more powerful nowadays. That's a full energy Oracle. Making its way across the map.
Filled up to the brim, mate. Oh, it is overflowing with energy, and here we go. SKillous does move out across the map, does head towards the main base, and what do we see here to defend? Marines are out of position.
And the SCVs are ripe for the picking.
Yeah, he gets 1, 2, 3 SCV kills, getting 4 SCVs towards the end. He forces back the main army, and SKillous gets a full scout. He gets eyes on the 3-1-1. He sees the earlier Raxes, the later factory, and the early stim. Oof.
We're able to delay the missile turret a little bit. And the Oracle lives.
Yeah.
Oracle is going to be able to provide a little bit more utility down the line, throwing a couple of stasis wards, if need be.
Yeah, exactly. It does pull away. As you mentioned, Cantor and Stasis Traps are behind this, going into Robot Production, Safety Immortals into Colossus. We have stopped any kind of Stargate plays, so this is a period in time where SKillous is a little bit vulnerable, as he has no Phoenixes to deny drops, and he has no Blink Stalkers or Charge Ults or anything like that. He's pretty heavily reliant here on his Vanilla Gateway units and his Immortals.
Yeah, which is definitely not ideal, especially when ByuN still is looking to play aggressive. I mean, he made 3 barracks early. He's gonna be making use of it. +1 has already finished up for him, and very soon, once these medevacs are out, we're gonna see him move across the map.
Yeah, exactly, but this is delayed. Like, ideally, when it comes to 3-rack stim timings, you want to be pushing with stim even before medevacs, right? And you, like, make use of your stims, and that's like a resource. But because of the Oracle, ByuN's been stuck at home. He's been stuck at home for a long time here. This push is delayed. Now he's pushing out. So the medevacs, they will join up with the army, but SKillous has had plenty of time to build up and to get ready, and the first Colossus is almost done.
Yeah, even getting a couple of stasis wards preemptively. I'm a huge appreciator of Haluked probes. You got 4 of them, just fan them out.
The value. Yeah, the efficiency.
4 for 1.
And here we go, nice force fields looking at the ByuN army. The Colossus has arrived, and ByuN is going to be completely shut down. He can do nothing to this army. He tries to stim on in, but again, the sentries pull away the Immortals. They are somewhat exposed. 1 Immortal goes down, but only 1.
Yeah, maybe if he was able to get a good concave on the Colossus early on, it might have been a different story, but once again, those sentries, the absolute MVP, those force fields denying any such arc for the Terran army.
There was no arc, there was no concave. ByuN now down when it comes to the overall economy. When it comes to the army, he's getting his own 3rd CC on location. Meanwhile, 4th base on the way for SKillous. ByuN, he rotates, but he gets spotted by the probe.
Once again, SKillous just... he sees all.
Oof. Yeah, medevac goes down. ByuN gets forced back. He does put up his army. He does a double drop on the right hand side, but once again, we have spotter units here. We have pylons, we have probes. SKillous eases everything, going for stasis traps, repositioning his army. Skills even pre-splitting just to make sure he keeps up with the drop play.
Yeah, that really isn't much of an opening here for ByuN, no matter how he tries to enter. So he's aware of this. He is consolidating his forces back home. He is just working towards the next tier of tech. Ghost Academy gets thrown down now, but it does feel a little bit late. Or maybe it just feels late because ByuN hasn't been able to get any damage across the map yet.
Yeah, it's just been a really rocky start here for ByuN, as you mentioned, right? The initial concussive shell Marauder opener fell on its face. The initial stim timing also fell on its face, and now he's stuck licking his wounds, getting a 3rd, whereas SKillous may soon just get a 5th. Like, he's moving in position to expand once again.
I may as well at this point. He knows that he has full and complete map control. He doesn't need to commit into this push, but
yeah,
as long as he's keeping ByuN on his side of the map, he's free to do whatever he wants on his own side of the map.
Yeah, there's a 5th base, up 2 bases. He's up 2 expansions, and here we go. SKillous is pushing his way forward. Vikings, they will zone away. There's a decent Viking count, getting up to 6 Vikings, but ByuN, he's in a very rough position. Revelation on the main army as well to make sure that ByuN does not split off, and SKillous, he is just pushing on forward. He's forcing ByuN further back into his own bases. Oh.
Yeah, and eventually you're going to start to run out of room to kite back to and to retreat back to.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see SKillous pushing forward, one of the Vikings, or one of the Colossus does take a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage, but still, it's like nice pickups here with those Colossus swipes as Marines are going down one after the other. The ghosts are exposed.
And a bunch of them are starting to fall already. Colossus is a little bit exposed, but the ground army of SKillous is doing such a good job of making sure that ByuN cannot pounce on top of them.
And SKillous has done it. He's done it. He's broken the back of ByuN. ByuN, he has no more ghosts remaining. Zelsay dive on top of the Marauders. Meanwhile, Zelsay do head into the mineral lines. 19 SCVs going down. GG gets called, and SKillous, he will overwhelm. He will take a lead 2-1 in the finals.
GG, nicely done here from SKillous, getting himself up to match point. One more map remaining.
One more game is all that he needs. Again, strong showing there from SKillous, winding it back. The reason why SKillous was looking so dominant in that game is that ByuN, he went for a very aggressive build early on, and it fell in its face. I'm talking about the initial concussive shell timing and then the stim timing as well. We had two big power moments there for ByuN, and neither one really dealt the damage he was hoping for.
Not at all. Didn't get any returns on those investments, and yeah, as a result, he just lost full momentum.
Yeah, and part of that momentum as well was also the Oracle opener. If you remember, like, the Oracle did a great job healing SCVs and delaying the push, right? Delaying the sim timing specifically, so just everything just fell apart there for ByuN. And now SKillous, he is one game away from claiming the series and becoming our champion.
Can he do it in less than 5 minutes?
I mean, there's like a 15-minute walkover period, so like he can check in, he can tab out, he can check into the 2v2, and he can still have time for another game, maybe another 2 games. It's gonna be close.
We'll see.
Huh?
All depends on the defense. As we now continue our series on Tokamak. LE, of course, standing for Lengthy Expedition. Lengthy Expedition. That's when you go on the trek and it's long. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom left, we of course have our blue Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He is an aficionado of Lengthy Expeditions himself, one of the Mountain Brothers.
Yeah.
He is going to be representing Shopify Rebellion. We have ByuN.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. It is SKillous. And a good thing you bring that up, because fun fact, over the past 2 weeks, we've had some interesting finals here featuring Creator. Creator has been a regular the past couple of weeks alongside ByuN, of course. Not this week though. Creator nowhere to be found. Instead, SKillous, he has risen up to the challenge.
Yeah, he's in the heart of the mountain right now, meditating.
Yeah. Looking to find enlightenment once again.
Yeah.
Shaved his head.
Got a, what's an enlightenment thing?
Waifu pillars.
I was gonna say, okay, in Avatar, they shave their heads and they get, like, the arrow tattoos, but I guess that's, I guess we're thinking of a different kind of enlightenment here.
Yes. The creator, he does often make trips to Japan. It's, like, close enough. It's kind of like how you have sometimes trips to, like, Indonesia. Like, a creator who'll take a weekend pretty over. Close. Yeah, takes a ferry over to Japan and enjoys the waifus, the homeowners, if you will.
Yeah. I was gonna say, okay, here's the thing. I was gonna say, Creator a couple of years ago, he had that journey to Japan where he went to these spots that were used in that big. No, I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was like a big anime movie that came out that featured real locations in Japan. That was a creator who did that. That was ByuN. Who took selfies where he basically recreated those frames.
There you go. God damn it.
Mountain Bros,
Great minds.
Mountain Brothers and Weeb Brothers. Yeah.
God. As we are settling in this time, once again, we do have a Stargate opener out of SKillous. Now, last game, this was Stargate into Oracle. Once again, going for the same opener, also into Oracle opener.
Yeah, it worked once, so might as well have it work again.
That does open up with the Oracle. ByuN does move out with the initial Hellion, but SKillous with almost a full wall here, he will deny any kind of Hellion moving in.
And Hellion will have to dip out, so no early scouting information here for ByuN.
Oh.
This is now starting to get pretty worrisome. Cyclone!
Again.
And a medevac coming out here again from ByuN.
Yeah, once again, an earlier push with earlier Cyclone reinforcements. Remember, it was not last game, but 2 games ago. 2 games ago on Torches, ByuN did rush early Cyclones and did rush across the map to try to break SKillous. He was unable to. In the end, he lost everything. We'll see if he can do it again as we do boost across. And the first Cyclone has arrived, but is actually staying back at home and actually going to be used defensively against the Oracle.
Good call, yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely the right call. You know, ByuN wasn't able to get full scouting information, so he's playing it pretty safe here with his Cyclone.
Yeah, and there we go. This time the Oracle
A little
gets
bit of a late
one.
reaction, though.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 SCVs, but the lock-on is real. The recall here to try to save the Oracle. The Oracle is barely going to get away.
And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we do have the Oracle recalling right on top of these Marines, but thankfully there is a shield battery. So the Oracle will survive. Can't say the same for these probes, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, as 5 probes go down. Did I say 5 getting into 6 worker kills? Nice damage here by ByuN. He does somewhat deal economic damage. The Oracle does survive. Skills he keeps up, but this time ByuN has a much better start compared to last game.
Yeah, he's not too far behind this time. Only 5 workers, so that's something you could definitely get away with as a Terran player.
Yeah, bearing in mind this was... Yeah, 3 gateways into that third base, so a faster third base for SKillous. But once again, he will cut Stargate production. He only makes 1 Oracle. He does not make a Phoenix. He does not invest into more Oracles. He's switching into Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to go for some Blink regression once again. Already posturing his Stalkers on ByuN's side of the map, so... He's open to the possibility, but I don't think he's going to be able to find much here. We already have 2 tanks in position.
Yeah, this is mainly just to contain, to keep an eye on any kind of drop play, to poke in, but as you mentioned, he should not commit, he will take a big tank shot to the face, so he has to calm down, has to back off, and again, ByuN looking a lot more comfortable, getting into his own 3-1-1, Stim is on the way, and he is content with 2 tanks.
Yeah, that's all he needs. For now, anyway. It's more of a safety tank thing. ByuN doing a pretty standard aggressive, well, I say aggressive, it's more like a standard timing build in TVP, where he's gonna get his tanks out, wait for a stim, and then push with, +1 already on the way.
Yeah, +1 is on the way. Meanwhile, we did get the Revelation in the main base, but the Revelation barely did miss that medevac. Meanwhile, Stalkers are going for the tank, and the first tank does go down.
Yeah, not a bad pickoff here for SKillous, losing only... Actually, not losing a single Stalker in that, so...
Very nice blink control. He blinks away, he avoids any kind of losses for his Stalkers, but SKillous did barely miss that medevac. He misses the drop in towards the main base, and the main base is looking very exposed. SKillous is ready at the third, not in the main.
Not quite. I think the pylon might have been able to pick up on this. Yeah, SKillous is aware of the drop coming his way, so very quick warp in over in the main base. Meanwhile, ByuN pushing out, trying to go for a little bit of a multi-prong.
Yeah, he does break out across the map. SKillous, he will miss the move out. He's hyper-fixated here on the main drop, and he will clean it up, but he will miss the push. And SKillous, he's trying to get ready here. Stasis traps are on the way.
Yeah, Cyclone. ByuN moving a couple of, Vanguard Marines forward. SKillous trying to go for a bit of a surround, but when you have this much Symbio, you're gonna want something stronger, more solid than Stalkers.
Yeah, Stalkers, they do blink away, but now we have Chargels getting ready. Another Stasis Trap is prepared as well. We do see ByuN threatening a push towards the right-hand side, but looks like he is gonna try to back off. I don't know if ByuN really has enough to keep going.
I don't think so either, and neither does ByuN, evidently. So, well, actually, gets a couple of reinforcements, and he's looking to keep up that momentum. He's looking to keep his foot on the pedal.
Yeah, here we go. Does push forward. Sims on in. Charge on collapse on the army. He goes for the tank, and the tank is going to be targeted down. And with that skills, he will shut down this push.
Yeah, ByuN doesn't have much of an anchor remaining behind all of this. He has a pretty beefy bio army, but that's a lot of zealots. If ByuN wants to get anything done, he needs to either isolate them or fight them in a choke point, which there aren't too many of on Tokamak.
Yeah, exactly. Not at least here in the center of the map. We have high ground in favor of SKillous. We have 2 points of elevation here, 2 levels of elevation. And SKillous, he maintains the high ground. He does defend very well. Behind this, getting a 4th expansion. We mentioned earlier that Tokamak is one of the more defensive maps, and so far SKillous, he does succeed in holding, in defending.
Once again, you got to secure all his 5 bases, and you know, 5 bases in the hands of SKillous, it feels like he gets a lot more out of it. At least in this series, that's how it's felt so far.
Ooh,
5 bases feel like 10 bases.
Yeah, as he moves out, Zelza hit the 3rd base, Zelza hit the natural as well. SV's going to be going down. ByuN, he's being forced all in.
And he is going all in. He is not defending back at home. He knows that his only chance right now is to keep this going. And he's got a pretty strong army still. He just needs to make sure they're fighting as one. There's no splash damage available yet for SKillous. Stasis does get caught by ByuN. Colossus will not be out in time to defend.
Yeah, massive pick off here. Robo goes down. Colossus is denied. Now we have that choke point that you spoke about. ByuN, he can hold his ground.
Yeah, he's losing SCVs across the map, but I don't think he really minds so much. RB supply of SKillous is plummeting, and ByuN, he is camping the production. He is camping everything right now.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled. SKillous, he has to defend here and now. He can afford to lose some workers, though. And ByuN, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of bio army. He's down to 4 Marauders, down to 3 Widowmines, 4 Widowmines. He's barely trickling on forward. ByuN, he will lose everything across the map.
Yeah, these medevacs for ByuN are out of energy. He is ahead in the army supply, but keep in mind, a lot of it is dead supply because of all these medevacs that don't have any energy. Production is starting to fall for SKillous. A little bit of friendly fire, though, on these bio units, but I think ByuN just barely has enough.
I mean, look at SKillous' bank. SKillous, he has a bank, but he has no production. He has no gateways. As you mentioned, he cannot warp in. He's throwing down more gateways as we speak. He now notices Void Ray is on the way. He has 1 gateway powered. SKillous, he cannot reinforce. If he could, he would defend. The Prism.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of anti here for ByuN. He's got Marines, but it's mostly a Marauder army, so the Void Ray, definitely a good call here. ByuN not quite going for the throat yet. He doesn't know what's in the main base, so he wants to basically make sure he doesn't throw.
Yeah, exactly. As ByuN is control of the natural, he does get eyes on the 3rd base mineral line. SKillous, he does have the base on the right-hand side, but no mining, no saturation. And ByuN, he may just win the game with this army. I say that extra gateways are just about to finish up. We will have more warp-ins, but ByuN is recovering back at home. He's mulling his heart out.
Yeah, I was gonna say ByuN may win with this army, but it's also pretty much his only path to victory right now. Shield battery helping out a ton. Prismatic alignment taking out some of these marauders.
Yeah, prismatic alignment. The Void Ray does hold, does survive. Another stalker gets targeted. Oh, some rough warp in there from SKillous. Again, a very close hold, very close defense. The shield battery's out of energy. The Void Ray does go down.
And it looks like ByuN has just about done it.
Yeah, he has done it. Another Void Ray pops out, though. He does get another Void Ray. We do have some extra warp in. Zealots here in the face of ByuN.
Yeah, and once again, these medevacs are out of energy. ByuN can't stim.
He can't stim, but he's still stimming. GG gets called. He barely has enough. SKillous, he taps out. He has a bank, but again, SKillous could not warp in, and ByuN ties up the series. We are going to the ace match.
I can't believe what I just witnessed here. Like, just how scrappy that got right towards the end. Such a low supply situation. Yeah,
GG, well played. Again, very scrappy, very intense. ByuN, he was forced into the all-in, and SKillous, he just needed more warp-ins. He just needed more time for extra warp-ins back at home. You could also argue that maybe he did pull the boys a little bit too late as well to defend his natural, and without any gateways, remember, he only had 1 gate. He only had 1 gate, he only warp in 1 unit at a time. He just could not make an army, could not hold. Barely.
Just barely. Again, if one thing went differently, I guess the Colossus was still going to be a little bit of a little bit far away, but even still, if those pylons didn't go down when they did, if there was just one more round of warp-ins, or even just half a round of warp-ins,
Yeah.
the game would have kept going.
That would have been game. Yeah, true. That would have been game. That would have been game then and there. That was such a close back and forth. Again, SKillous, he almost claimed the win then and there by forcing the all-in. But as you mentioned, he barely didn't get it that warp in, or we saw the Artosis pylon go down that was powering the robo. So no Colossus, right? That would have maybe been game as well. One Colossus was all he would have needed. So close, so clutch. GG. We are going all the way to the ace match. Game 5. It all ends here. It all ends on Persephone.
Or Persephone, depending. Regardless, we are going to be concluding our tournament here on Persephone LE. LE, of course, standing for Linguistic Eccentricities. Linguistic Eccentricities. That's when you can have Persephone or you can have Persephone. It's all linguistics and eccentrics. In the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left, we of course have our blue Terran player coming down from the land of Korea. He is going to be representing Shopify Rebellion, as well as, I guess, now all of the waifus. Question mark? We have ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Team Liquid Protoss, being forced into the ace match. He was so close to claiming the win then and there last game. It was so close, it was so clutch. But now it all comes down to game 5. We'll see if he can bring back that momentum. It is SKillous.
What a map to end things on.
Yeah.
And we've had some big maps in the series. We had some rush maps. We had Pylon. We had Tokamak. Persephone, not exactly a standard map. It's got its eccentricities. It's got its healing pad. It's got its right side entirely of speed zones. But still one that lends itself pretty well to macro play.
It's a little bit more middle of the road here. We have seen a lot of aggression on Persephone. We've seen a lot of attempted and struggling to defend 4th, 5th, and 6th bases, but we'll see how our players approach this. We have seen SKillous now go Stargate opener 2 games in a row, but because of the as the probe is going to be shut down, but because of ByuN's safer style last game with the defensive Cyclone, I imagine SKillous maybe won't go Stargate this time.
Yeah, you know what we haven't seen from SKillous yet?
Storm. Yeah, true. No Storm. Do you want to see Storm?
I want to see Brute War Storms. Well, I want to hear them as well.
Yeah, true. Wenge Brood War campaign stream. Christmas holidays, maybe.
So I've told you about my commute.
Yeah, true.
You know what? Stream from the train.
Oh no. Is Boxing Day a public holiday in Singapore?
It isn't. No.
Ooh. So
This
you just
Eve
have
is a half day.
So you have even day as holidays then.
Eve is a half day.
Oh my god.
Day is a holiday.
Okay. Fair enough. As here we go to see ByuN breaking out across. That does knock the Adept out of position. Does bust into the mineral line. He wants some probe kills.
And he will find a couple. 3 probes already going down. Then pretty good damage here. 3 probes and Adept, I should say.
Yeah, almost a 1-to-1 trade there, but overall ByuN does some nice damage. Likewise, we have our setup here. We have a 3-gate blink setup out of SKillous, going for a bit of a safer setup here into a more delayed expansion. No Stargate, no Oracle, not this time.
Not quite yet. Also, could we appreciate the pylon placement from SKillous over at the natural base?
Oh, right, the aesthetic.
Right on top of it, right on top.
Let's go. Do you think this was like this was intentional, as in this is where you should place the pylon, like a marker?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was done to make life easier for Gemini.
Yeah. Or to
As...
get him out of a job.
Oh.
I think Gemma's like, how dare you place a marker here? Okay, like, well, that's what I do. I make the guides. True.
Yeah. Not anymore.
As here we go, Gemini SKillous does break out, trying to break that bunker. Alas, losing a lot of stalkers in the process, though. Good.
And the Stalkers he didn't lose, very, very low on health now. SKillous getting a little bit ahead of himself here. Earlier on, also kind of pushing in before Blink was done, had to pull out and paying the price for it.
Yeah, so calm things down a little bit here. That was one Stalker falling in that aggression. He did pick up 3 SCVs. Behind this, ByuN securing himself, and he's actually building up into extra tanks. Remember last game, he got tank production at 2. This time, going into a 3rd tank.
Yeah, which, once again, will be seen by SKillous. Well, this is going to be seen by SKillous, but ByuN, he is being a little bit more careful with his Raven, so...
Yeah, the Raven is going to be skirting around the left-hand side. We do see another observer here in position to scout as well. We do see SKillous going for a standard fob, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink into a 3rd base, into Charge +1, and Colossus production. Again, this is kind of the meta, the standard way to play out PvT, and SKillous is working his way there. Meanwhile, ByuN likewise breaking out, trying to catch their Stalkers. Oh, gets one.
Forces the rest to blink away. Sim now slowly but surely on the way. Are the medevacs out? There aren't any medevacs out. They're only now starting production.
Yeah, just now the first medevac is on the way. ByuN gets spotted as he attempts the push. SKillous slowing him down.
Yeah, forcing him to siege and unsiege. That's gotta be bad for the joints of the tank, if you think about it.
Here we go.
Constantly sieging and unsieging.
So now ByuN, he does skirt around the left-hand side. And so far,
usually
ByuN...
Raven is a bit of usually Raven is a bit of a scouter.
Yeah, it doesn't
grabbing
like
that 3rd base and now pushing across the map.
And we see ByuN commit through the center. SKillous, he doesn't quite spot the move out, by the way. SKillous, he will now spot it in the center of the map.
Yeah, forward scouting probe will get eyes on this. ByuN thinks better safe than sorry. Will be sieging his tanks, but will also slow down his push. He retreats?
He doesn't like what he sees. I mean, he got spotted, so he respects SKillous quite a bit. He does retreat from here, pulls away with his main army. Behind this, throwing down his 3rd CC on location, taking up into Ghost production, getting ready for a longer game state.
Yeah. Well, I guess neither of these players are going to be participating in the 2v2 tournament.
Up.
As the Nexus does get caught, forces a cancel, so nice little bit of a delay here from ByuN. It's always important in a TVP to make sure that you're on the same base count as your Protoss opponent.
Yeah, exactly here, as he does maintain that economic lead, does delay the 4th base, and will slow SKillous down quite heavily here. But again, no major aggression, just the drop play initially. ByuN, he pulls back home, he settles in, working towards Ghost production. Meanwhile, SKillous trying to secure himself as well, building up his own Colossus, and taking another base, double expanding after being forced to cancel.
Yeah, may as well. As we do see SKillous very, very careful, doesn't want to throw anything away, so he's... Yeah, unlike game number 1, where he got a little bit ahead of himself and got a little bit more aggressive with his Colossus, he is slowly kind of leapfrogging them from base to base.
Oh yeah. He's setting up. He's securing himself. Likewise, we do see ByuN secure as well. I mean, getting his Ghost up and running. When it comes to this kind of slower kind of style that we're seeing here, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. Like, ByuN is already rushing to a 2nd starport, going to Massive Viking. We already have SKillous going 2nd Robo into Disruptors as well. It's like no rush 10 minutes.
A Literally, yeah.
Outside of the drop, of course, it did delay the fourth. But outside of that, yeah.
Yeah, both players not really wanting to push out until they finalize their tech path. ByuN working on getting ghosts, not quite getting Vikings yet, but I don't think he scouted the Robo, so...
Yeah.
Okay, Vikings on the way.
Yeah, Vikings... Yeah, they're on the way. He's got double starport, double reactor as well, pumping out Mass Viking. SKillous pokes in on the right-hand side. There is no CC, not yet. ByuN is still only on 3 bases, but now he's getting a 4th. It's on the way. Ooh, what SKillous takes the gold.
Float it over. Soon as he can, SKillous. He knows he has the map control, and he's taking full advantage of it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, SKillous.
Is there shrubbery in this?
Yeah. In the speed zone. Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of hard to see at times, but
it's all, everything's green. The ground is green, the shrubbery is green, the speed zone is green. It all blends into each other. For sure.
Well, it's camouflage, right? You put units in there to hide them, so
yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter that much.
As
if
both armies
or not.
Yeah, both armies are maxed out. SKillous does have a booming economy, I will say that at least. And it's going to be on SKillous to poke in to trade out Zealots. He's going to try to preserve his Colossus and his Disruptors as he does poke forward.
Yeah, SKillous definitely needs to be pretty careful with the positioning. Good anti-armor missile coming out here from ByuN, but yeah, unfortunately there's just not enough to capitalize on that.
Yeah, not quite enough.
The flank.
ByuN coming in for the flank. Who flanks who? Oh, the Raven. Raven goes down.
Raven does go down, but Vikings are landing some volleys on top of these Colossus. One of them go down.
He does get one. Massive Nova connects, takes out some of the ghosts. There's one Colossus remaining. Viking count not going to be high enough. I say that my mistake here. The Colossus does go down.
But what about the ground army here for ByuN? SKillous continuing to push forward. These Zealots pushing on forward like a massive tidal wave.
Yeah, again, the Novas were on point. The Colossus count was reset, but the Novas did connect with the Bio Army. A lot of ghosts went down. ByuN, he will lose a lot of momentum. And you can see SKillous instantly remaxes.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a gold base and you're up 2 bases from your opponent.
Oh, yeah.
And have all this production.
Yeah, exactly. SKillous, he can afford these trades, and here we go. We have the mass swarm of Zealots filing in. He gets a full surround, takes down the Bio Army, getting on top of the tanks. Zealots, they do get choked up a little bit here, but Novas, they will not connect, but here come the Zealots.
Yeah, and that's really what's important. The Novas were able to soften up a couple of these tanks, and that really allowed the Zealots to have no issue whatsoever getting right on top of them. A little bit of a choke point here. That's tricky for SKillous to push into, but I don't think he minds so much. He is still denying this 3rd base location, killing the 4th, killing the 5th before they can even land.
Yeah, 21 SCV kills. SKillous expanding towards ByuN, taking his own bases as well. SKillous with full map control. He's like, mate, you want to just back off and relinquish map control? Okay, see what happens. I'll take every base. Yeah. I'll take every expansion.
Exactly. If you want to relinquish map control, then I'm going to control the map.
Yeah, exactly. And mate, he does control said map. Colossus, they do waddle in. Viking count was reset, so no more Vikings remaining. There are some Liberators at least, but alas, SKillous, he will overwhelm. He breaks the 3rd base. ByuN down to his own 3 bases. 4th base still up and running at least. And we do have some decent Liberation zones here, but SKillous still has a supply lead and has a wave of Zealots, a massive tidal wave, as you mentioned before.
Yeah, I feel like we're at the point where SKillous can afford to, just like that, blink right on top of these Liberators, take them out, and let the rest of the ground army deal the rest of the damage. GG is called, and SKillous will be taking the finals, will be our champion after taking that finals to 3-2. Nicely done.
GG, well played. Congratulations here to SKillous. Again, we had a very intense, very dynamic series coming into this back and forth. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. Here in Game 5, we had something a little bit different though. Our players, there was a bit of a lull here where they both decided to calm things down and play it slow, play it safe. Both players, they backed off from each other. And as you mentioned, in that moment, in that period, SKillous took full advantage. Just mass expanding, taking the goal base, taking up as well, and having that superior economy. Yeah,
I think SKillous really showed a lot more adaptability in this series compared to ByuN. He kind of figured out ByuN's playstyle or how ByuN was feeling today, and was able to exploit that as the series progressed and as we got into each new map.
Oh yeah, GG, well played. Again, as you mentioned, skills, he just had a little different styles, right? We saw some Stargate openers, we saw some Blink-based openers, we saw some more Oracle heavy play, some Phoenix heavy play, did mix things up quite a bit when it came to his overall style. ByuN also did mix it up, but he was still very much so aggressive, until the final game, of course, but for the most part, like, he was still hyper aggressive when it came to early pushes, early concussive shell timing, stim timing, cyclone timings, tank pushes as well, very in the face of SKillous. In the end, GG, well played. SKillous will be this week's champion. Congratulations. And if you want to support this tournament, welcome one and all. This is a weekly tournament. This is the 91st edition, 91 Sparkling Tuna Cups. So many
Mother's
weeklies.
Day edition.
Yeah, Mother's Day edition. So many tournaments. And if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. You can actually see the Patreon just under SKillous' name. You can see there on my right hand side. We currently earn 451 USD via Patreon. 100% of that money goes towards the tournaments, and you can help reach our next goal. That's at 500 USD via Patreon as well. Again, it all goes towards the prize pool, all goes towards the players, all goes towards the tournament prize pool in the end.
Yeah.
Oh. So you can help
Players
support.
appreciate it.
Exactly, 100%. You can help support us if you wish. Otherwise, you can also help support us a different way. You can help support us via Matcherino as well. !Matcherino in the chat. The Matcherino page is designed to specifically fund this week's tournaments. We have a specific Matcherino page for every single tournament. We don't have any codes, unfortunately. Our tournaments aren't big enough for codes, but you can help boost the prize pool if you wish yourself via Matcherino. And again, on my right hand side, you can see the events that we host on a regular basis that are all funded via Patreon. We have Sea Duckling Open, which we covered last night. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, which is our weekly open tournament, and Masters 1 Open as well, which is our monthly Masters tournament. So again, you can see here that we bring together Koreans and Europeans. They face off on a regular basis. You can help support them if you wish via that Patreon.
Yeah. We're getting closer and closer to our eventual goals. I don't quite remember what the the goal for 500 was, but we're getting there.
It's just boost the prize pool. Boost the prize pool even further for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, so you can help us achieve that goal if you wish. And again, congratulations to SKillous for becoming our champion. It was an intense matchup, an intense tournament, I should say. SKillous, he took down Nicoract, took down Percival. Actually, fun fact, for a lot of these matches, SKillous, he actually went all the way to the ace match. You can see here, he went to the ace match against Nicoract, against Percival, and against ByuN.
Yeah. Fighter, scrapper, if you will.
Yeah, very, very scrappy.
Very close series that we've had here tonight, and I, for one, am glad that I was available to cast them live.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Yaku. Big shout out to Zaku, of course, for joining me once again for the first time in a very long time here in Sparkling Tuna Cup. I know that you've been very busy outside of just StarCraft, so thank you, Yaku, for joining me. I appreciate it.
And I'm going to be busy again once the week begins.
No.
Thankfully, tomorrow's a holiday, so...
If we can ever get Yaku on for some more Tuna Cups, we'll be bringing him on. Again, big reason for today's appearance of Yaku is tomorrow is a public holiday. But if we can ever have you on again, we'd be more than happy to, Yaku. More than happy to.
Yeah.
With that, GG well played. Otherwise, if you guys want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via our socials. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. We stream on Twitch, we stream on YouTube, we stream on TikTok and Facebook as well. All things CranKy Ducklings, so you can follow us. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. And stick around because we're going to be giving a raid to Euthermal. He is streaming at the moment. Euthermal, he is hosting the 2v2 tournament, the 2v2 circuit, and I'm gonna head on over and help admin. So I do.
I thought we could close the client. No, we're just switching servers.
Yeah. We're gonna be wrapping things up here real fast and real quick. But again, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Hope you all had a great time here. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in a couple of hours. You can actually see our schedule very quickly. Bam, I got you covered. We have our weekly schedule. We're going to be live once again in 5 hours time, should be after the Thermal 2v2 tournament, with the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. The final day of the, I believe, online portion of the 2v2 tournament, sorry, of the Brazilian circuit. So we got you covered in 5 hours time with some more casting, some more StarCraft.
We're packing it close, but yeah, we'll see you then.
Yeah, we'll see you then. We'll see you then for some Brazilian StarCraft 2 action. Otherwise, do check out and do give a shout out to Uthermal. Again, Uthermal, he's competing, he's playing, so do wish him the best when it comes to that tournament. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next week or tomorrow or in 5 hours for some more StarCraft.
We'll see you when we see you.
We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for watching, everyone. Ciao. Bye, ciao. See you next time.
Mela.